All right. All right, cool. So we'll just leave it on you talking, and then we can just talk for a little bit if you want to show your work and talk about what you do and your background. And I know you talked about wanting to do a demo later today as well.
Yeah, look forward to it.
So for those of people that don't know you, how would you describe yourself, what you do, and what your current profession is?
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Joe Spadaford. I'm an art director, I guess I'm senior art director at a studio right now. And I've worked in animation since 2001, doing concept art, doing things and other stuff like children's books and mural work and but most of my bread and butter, most of my time has been spent doing concept art and art directing feature films, or art directing, not feature films, but direct-to-video films and direct-to-video shows, and a little bit of TV. I've been at it for a few years. I got some skin in the game. I've got some scars for it, as everybody gets anytime they go into any kind of profession. But I've been doing it for years, and it's always fascinating to be on one of these calls where I get to retro, just look back and really analyze how I got here. And it's always kind of telling, because every time I look back, I do see a different aspect of how I got here, and it's been an interesting journey. I hope to share that with you, to give you an insight that kind of demystifies the process of becoming a person who works in this industry, let alone an art director or whatever. Because when I was in college, when I was about your guys' age, we used to have all these. I went to Syracuse University, and I went there for a degree in illustration, and it was a very well received or well known school at that time. I don't know how it is now for illustration. We had all Society of Illustrator professors, like award-winning ones, and then they would always bring in these people that were like the biggest names in illustration at the time to come in and speak to us. So any given day, we would have Gary Kelly, Mark English. We would have, anybody who was big at that time. C.F. Payne, he did caricatures for almost all the major magazines. Steve Brodner for caricatures. I mean, there was tons of different people, and when they would all show their work, they would always present it to me as a student, and there was never a touch base point. There was never a point where I could look at that and go, okay, that's where I am now. And I thought that was a major problem because this industry is accessible if you work hard and you have a lot of grit. And it's just, and that's what happens. There's a temptation when you're working professional to not want to show people your bad stuff, because speaking is a little bit different than showing your portfolio. Portfolios, you're only as good as your worst piece to somebody who's looking at your portfolio. When you're speaking, I think you have a real opportunity to kind of share with people how the human experience of everything. That's what I hope to get across to you today. So Phil, I'm gonna just jump into my
please do
my speech here.
You have privileges, so you should be able to just hit share your screen.
Oh, okay. I have to do that first then.
So it'll be on the bottom bar there, Joe. You'll see the icon in green usually. There you go.
Okay, so then I just gotta go to present review. Okay. So that's my name. So when I was in high school, this is kind of right about my senior year, late junior year, senior year, I was drawing stuff, and I loved comic books. And I would say my introduction into any form of anything involving art was always directly through comic books. And I would read Image Comics, and I wanted to be one of those guys. Every once in a while I'd hear of like a young guy like Rob Liefeld, or there's another guy that got in, and that when they were young, and I just so desperately wanted to be somebody like that. And I didn't know much about drawing. I just knew what I knew about anatomy or drawing from looking at comic books and trying to do what they do. And and then I would do stuff for friends. I would like, I think I did this for a girl in the class who was like, "Can you draw me a dragon?" So I mean, draw me a dragon, and I draw this like angry knight on a dragon. And she, I think she actually emailed me years later and was like, "I still have that drawing." And I'm just like, "Oh my God, okay, cool." And so but like this is what I was known for in high school. A lot of you, I'm sure, experienced that thing where in high school you were known for being like a very good artist. Like people, "Oh, Joe, he's the guy that draws." And I got a lot of reputation for that in school because I was doing like things for the newspaper. This actually like won some sort of little like student paper award in the local area. So I thought I was a hot shot. But really what I was doing and a lot of my spare time was these like comic book things where I was like, I still in my head was like, I'm gonna be like Jim Lee. I'm gonna be like Todd McFarlane. And I actually did a full comic book of my own, and I went to a Comic Con. This was like the first page of it, and I tried to convince people that hey, I could be the next big thing, and people were very encouraging, and they thought that it was a great first start. Um, but they also were very realistic, and they told me you got to go to college, you got to learn, um, you got to learn from college. And so the next year, I went to college, I went to Syracuse, and the first year we started off, it was all foundational stuff. So you were doing stuff like this, self portraits, stuff, and I didn't know how to paint. I only knew how to do colored pencil. I didn't know color theory. This was the range of my ability to explore emotion. Or like get to the complex side of you, and I'm like, well, sometimes I'm angry, sometimes I'm nice. I mean, that was like my range of thinking, like themes in artwork. And then we moved on to senior or sophomore year, and it got into more like tracing photographs, trying to learn how to paint. And in this window, we started looking at people like NC Wyeth and all these different people. So it was like you're not only maturing, trying to learn how to mature to become a painter, but like you're learning how to compose, how to do things in different, like sometimes you don't need to see everything. It's like a silhouette, finding perfect shots, to where to shoot it. Like this project was like the project was called Silhouette, and they showed us a lot of people from the golden age of illustration. Like again, I keep saying CF Payne because he's one of my favorite painters and storytellers. And yeah, so this is my first attempt at trying to draw stuff and paint. I'm just trying to learn how to paint, and at the same time, I'm trying to learn how to draw. I went to figure drawing classes at that time, because I had seen portfolios from artists that had gone to Disney and whatnot. And, I didn't necessarily know that I could ever be an animator, but I really loved how they drew figures. And so I started like drawing the figure. And this was like even around my senior year, where I was learning to draw quickly, learning to draw with volumes. It's so crazy because the guy's still teaching, Glenn Vilppu. I watched a lot of his classes on videotape. I probably spent every week probably about 21 hours in figure drawing sessions. And it's crazy because I still even look at my drawings from the senior year, and I'm like, how come? I mean, there's like a level where I think mentally I should be after that kind of workload, but I think I process stuff slowly. I don't think and I had to learn a lot. I had a lot to overcome. And but I was taking my artwork seriously, and I was just trying to get better. And every year we'd have projects, and I tried to outdo myself. Like this was like we just had to do a montage. That was the general theme, and I wanted to play with. I started doing caricatures this summer at amusement park. It was like at Sesame Place, and I was doing characters, and I said, well, I want to bring what I know about caricatures into illustration, and I'm learning how to do painting, but I don't want to paint everything so heavy-handed. So this was just washes because I was trying to combine drawing and painting in a way that made sense to me. And so, but then every once in a while I'd spend a little bit more time on the painting. This was like do a painting, an illustrational painting for somebody who and this Louis Armstrong came to mind, and I just love that. Like, I remember for this illustration, I remember we had to go to the library and do a lot of research about the person you were going to do the painting of, the bio painting of. And I remember seeing a picture of Louis Armstrong, and it was like a picture of him in his wake, in his funeral. And I remember feeling profoundly sad by it. And I was just like, I want to do a painting that shows that guy in his glory days, where he was happy, he was having fun, he was smiling, he was laughing. And you know, and something I could play music to and listen to, and I think this was probably in all my college years, this is probably the one painting that I think I liked the best. Well, then, so as I was saying, we had these, we would do these illustrations, and I felt, you know, at that point, I felt like, I'm doing okay, I'm doing pretty good, but I didn't quite know where my place was. It was the end of junior year. I didn't know where I was going exactly. I was thinking probably children's books, probably, you know, probably that, because you know, it was the one place I knew where illustrators could still get work. And the thing that was important to me was trying to find something that I could try to get work that was kind of fairly regular, that I could feed. Because I was like, I wanted to have a family one day, and I heard all these stories about illustrators who or comic book guys. I shifted from wanting to do comic books all the time, because I met a guy from the comic book industry, or a few guys from the comic book industry, and they were just telling me how hard it is on your social life, you know, in terms of having a life outside your career. It's a lot of work. So then at one of the presentations that we had every year, we had this guy, Michael Spooner, came in. Michael came in, and he's showing all this artwork. And I remember in this presentation, he showed this image from Rescue Rangers, the show that I'd watched coming home from school every day as a kid. And I remembered this drawing from the show of the vase and like what's underneath that tarp. It's like booby traps. And I remember like actually that drawing affected me to the point where I had a physical imaginatory memory of it. And then I was looking at other things that he had done, like, and I thought like that this underwater show thing. I was just like, God, that is so good. I mean, it was a painting. And then he showed other stuff, and you were just wowed by both like the camera angles, the sense of lighting, the sense of just composition, the perspective. It was just, I felt like I was watching somebody who was like a master at their craft. And you know, and I just wanted to be him. And I actually got to have lunch with him and talk with him. My professor allowed me to come and have just hang out time with him, because he thought, from knowing me, that Michael would be a positive influence on my life, and because he knew I was wondering what to do with my illustration degree. And so he introduced us, and Michael actually took an active interest in me and my buddy Billy, and you know, and basically said that, you know, he was looking into going to another studio, and if there's an opening, he would consider bringing us on as entry level. But then we had to get a portfolio ready. And so after that meeting, I started just trying to, I mean, I didn't have the presentation. Like I had to remember what he had done, and we didn't have an internet kind of ability where I could look him up. Like, not right now, you can go to just type in Michael Spooner online, and you'll come to his website. He's got tons of this stuff up there. It's so good. But I remember I was trying to start, and I couldn't. I was trying to bridge the gap between illustration and production design. And what is it? And I remember him saying that, you know, a good environment, a good location should look like it's missing something. You should imagine doing the best illustration you can, take out the character, and that's a background design. Your eyes should go right to the place where you want them to look, except the character comes later. The character is an overlay. So you can put all sorts of interesting stuff around it, but just remove the character and make sure the eye would still go there, even if that character wasn't there. And so, you know, I was looking at, like I mentioned, N.C. Wyeth. So I was looking at N.C. Wyeth, and you know, and in my mind's eye, I'm like, you know, I put a sheet of paper on top of it. I'm like, okay, if those characters weren't there, what would this look like? And that essentially is background design. That essentially it's you're setting the stage for the actors to act in. And you know, and then, you know, I was looking there. Oh, did I? Okay, then I was looking at other things with background design, like how like you break up shapes and you frame things. You know, that was really cool about his artwork. And I was looking again at NC Wyatt, and it was just like, yeah, that's how he did it. I mean, also with this one, imagine if you lost that this king, this pharaoh king, it would just look like this big old empty. Why the heck do you have that empty space in there? Well, it's because it's for this guy. It's perfect framing for this guy. Like this all pushes you into the image. That keeps you from falling out of the image. Heck, there's even a zigzag that pulls you back in space to the image. And this thing here frames your actor. Even this, arch frames it, and this gives you like big, middle, and small to give you depth. I mean, it was all good stuff. And then I saw that same kind of thing happening here. It's just like it's all about getting you at this table where these guys are going to have lunch, having dinner, and so every aspect of it was the same thing as what I learned about traditional illustration, and so it felt approachable. I mean, even shape design, like, so there was like, I pulled this isn't mine, but like I learned these lessons about directionality and simplicity of shape, about you know, straight versus curved side, simple versus complex side. You look at this, it's like this this cream of wheat ad that NC Wyeth did. It was such a simple composition, but so well done. You had a curvy side, you had a straight side. He was doing the exact same thing, man. And like, he wanted you to look at the straight side first, so he even brackets it with two big curvy objects. So it's just like a master class in terms of how to handle stuff. And I felt like I could be a good illustrator and eventually do, like, I already at that time still wanted to do a comic book one day or something, because that was what drove me into all this. And it's still in the back of my head, a comic that I still want to draw, and I just gotta get to it. But I looked at it like this: if I want to make that one comic one day, I have to prepare. I have to get good. I have to get to a level that that I can really learn things, and to be competent. I looked at background design, layout design, way to do it, and right away, my late senior year after Michael left, I was already trying to do these things where arches and directionality and cartoony stuff. All of a sudden I started pivoting away from trying to do NC Wyeth type paintings, and I wanted to do stuff that was more more storytelling, more like children's book stuff, because I felt like it was similar to animation. Here I was playing a lot. I was trying to play a lot with, and it was like heavy-handed back then, of like, oh, how can we get the eye to go in? So everything points to the area you want to look. I mean, even you can't miss the target here. It's a little heavy-handed, but I was really excited about it. The next year, I was trying to learn how to do pencils the way Michael did. I had a really struggle. This is not one of my best work, but what's interesting about this though is we wanted to invent a children's show for like that we could eventually pitch, and I did stories for this show. I did like everything, and there was a guy named Craig Yo was our teacher. He was an illustrator who did a lot of interesting like kind of stuff that was for like Nickelodeon and MTV. And he said, he's like, yeah, I mean, you got potential in creating spaces that looked interesting. And so my senior year, I started to really try to dive in deep. I picked the story up, Midsummer Night's Dream. And this was all about prepping a portfolio for Michael. I wanted him to show that I can look into references, learn about a culture that I wasn't familiar with. In this case, it's Midsummer Night's Dream takes place in Greece. So I had to go to the library and look at all these books on Greece, to like what pottery did and everything. And it's funny because this is the kind of stuff I do now. But yeah, and I wanted to show. I was trying my best to make it as much like how I could remember Michael's portfolio as I could. And so, like, in the thing, my buddy actually was doing this with me, and he was doing characters, and he had like a little fairy character that would fly through here, like over the glen here, and he did all the character designs, and I did all the background designs. And there's like a king who's on his throne where the fairy just kind of flies up and swoops down and lands here and talks to the king on here. And again, I wanted it to look empty, but I everything in there to to bracket and push everything into the area that you want it to look. And it's a little bit more sophisticated now.
I really like, Joe, how you're already learning camera mechanics and you're not even in the industry yet.
Yeah, you know what I did? I just I found out like what the camera was, and I just took it and I like moved it because it was like I've never done the grid thing. I never knew how to like do those measurements, the exact measurements. Um, I mean, I'm sure I could learn it if I sat down for a couple hours and somebody showed me how to do it, I guess. But this is as good as I could get it. But I wanted to show them like, hey, look, I'm making stuff that you could use. Yeah, and this is just another one. And I wanted to make the images like, interesting and pleasant to look at. I think this was the very last thing I did after college. And I was so hoping that they would bring me on. I was so hoping that they would like bring me into the show and I could start my career. And then boom, right after college, couldn't find anything, couldn't find any work. It was 2020. The dot-com crisis had just happened. So the tech industry, everybody was kind of like losing their jobs. There was, but there was still like a flood of people trying to just get into, coding and stuff like this, and it just felt barren because I still wanted to do illustration. I still wanted to do something that's me. I remember even going on. It was like we went on a trip with my parents to the shore, and I did this illustration while I was there of my brother. And it was just, I remember I was just like, this is what life feels like right now, and I was trying to apply it to a story. So again, I'm still trying to build my portfolio up to try to eventually show my stuff to children's book people. Because my interview with Michael, I went there, I showed everything to them, and they just, they said they were on a hiring freeze and they couldn't help us. And I just was so crestfallen. Because I'd done all this work to just be told that like they're on hiring freeze. And so me and my buddy Billy, we flew back home. We went because we did all that on our own dime. We really just wanted to put our foot forward because we really believed we would get jobs, and we believed that for a good year. Yeah. So then when I had to go home, I spent doing stuff like this because my dad was a businessman. He was just like, you should try to do stuff for business magazines. So I set myself a task of trying to come up with a style that I could do like one a day of. And that was my job. I would go into my room and I would spend a single day doing each one of these. And I had to try to come up with the idea, come up with the reference, and deliver it. I didn't know if that was a real deadline. It's probably a little short for what a real deadline would be. But I wanted to show that I could do something within a couple of days, and I was pretty happy with this. And I went back to the studio. I still hadn't. I mean, I was doing like little jobs at the time. I was doing little design jobs, doing like just little nothing jobs, and I wasn't really happy. And I just had this urge to go back to Michael and just come on, give me another chance, or maybe I can show him maybe I can show him these things here, and he'll just be impressed that I'm still working hard. I even called Michael up and I showed him, this illustration, and I remember I faxed it to him because I wanted to show him that I could do a room, because there was a character in a show that they were working on that was like a kid's room, and I remember I sent it to him and he sent me a fax back, and this was all faxes back then, and he sent me a fax back with like all these marks on the thing of like what to change, what not to change, and everything. I don't have the original drawing anymore, but I remember that list, and it looked like one of those lists that if you see it, you just go, well, I should just start over because nothing in this image apparently is working. But instead of doing that, I said, look, he wants to show me, I got to show him that I can see his feedback and I can respond to it and get him what he needs. And that's exactly what I did. And I sent it back to him the next day with all the revisions. And I remember him being like, huh, yeah, that's much better, and like he was impressed that that I would not only do it, but that I would listen and do it as he said. And I got to tell you that, being as an art director myself now, there's been a lot of times where somebody's asked me for tips, and I've I've taken the time out of my life to do it for them, give them the tips and revisions and notes. And sometimes I'll just come back, well, you didn't like that, so I'm just doing a whole new thing. I'm like, well, what do I do with this? And now I got to note this all over again. It shows me exactly the opposite of what I need as an art director. Is somebody hires you, I need to know that you can help me finish this job on time. So we'll get more into that stuff later. But then Michael eventually, I eventually just kind of bugged them, and I actually drove out on my own and stayed at a friend's house in Illinois. And I just wanted to get that interview with him. I just wanted to show him those business illustrations that I had done. And I was staying about 3 hours away from where their studio was, and I kept having to go up there to try to get, because I didn't want him to know that I was driving 3 hours to see him every time, because I would just look too needy, and I didn't want to give that impression. And every time I would go up there, there was always something that would happen to get in the way of me being able to meet with him. And on about the third or fourth time that we drove up, me and my friend, God bless him for driving with me all this time, he found a slot for me, and I showed him my work, and he showed me around the studio, and they had a need at that time, and they were going to begin to hire. They invited me to come back in 2 weeks for an official job interview where they would fly me out on their dime. But they looked at what I had there, and they wanted me to represent everything I presented with before and show me anything new. And so, I remember walking around the studio, and I saw this piece of artwork by Daniel Lopez for 321 Penguin that they were working on. And I said, well, I got to try to remember how to do this, and try to do something that's kind of like this and present it in my portfolio. So I went back home, and I said, well, okay, let's just take the story of Robin Hood. So there's some sort of narrative base. And, I wanted to show them, one, that I could come up with different variations, two, that I could bring something to a rush, to a finish, three, that I could put it in an environment, light it, and, do thumbnails and all sorts of ideas, just to show them that it wasn't simple stuff. I even went and tried to make some characters for it, which kind of backfired, because one of the guys who was in my interview was a guy named Tom Bancroft. And Tom saw it, and he was at that time just coming right from Disney, and he's a big character guy, and he saw like all sorts of flaws in the anatomy and proportion and everything at this, and he was just like, why would you show us this? And I remember like being really intimidated by that, like, oh no, I shouldn't have put this in there. Oh, I've screwed myself over. But in that job interview, like the craziest thing happened. Like, so they had me meet with like 6 or 7 different people. And, I understood the people that I was supposed to meet with, like the director, the storyboard guys, the head of the concept team, Michael. And then they had me like meet the head of lighting and the head of modeling too. And even like, I think layout. And I had no idea what to say to them, because I didn't really understand what they did. I mean, I understood modeling, but I didn't understand how lighting worked, and I didn't understand it. And so I remember sitting across from them in this interview, and especially the modeling guy, and he was kind of a tough guy. His name was Ian. And I remember saying to Ian, look, I'm not exactly sure how I can help you guys, but if there's anything I can do as a concept person, let me know. I'm willing to do whatever I can to make your jobs easier. And I meant that sincerely, and I guess he saw it, because he went right upstairs right after that interview, and I didn't think it was a big deal or not. And then he went right into the head producer's office, and he said, you got to give this kid a job. Because he actually cares about other people other than himself and his art. He actually cares about helping us out as a team. And he's like, that's just rare. And so luckily I got hired that June to work, and I started the same day as Phil and our other buddy Chuck. And I was brought in, and I was doing props first. Not the most elaborate job, but I tried my best to make every prop the best thing I could do at that time, right? We had like all sorts of things. you know, I would take this stove and I redrew the stove probably several times just to get something that I thought was good character. Even this stupid, it was like a star that's supposed to look like a turtle, or a turtle that's supposed to look like a star. They put it on top of a Christmas tree for this movie, The Christmas Story, that we did, or Christmas Star. Yeah. And this was the Christmas Star. And so again, you know, like there was a guy who had done props before, and his name was Dennis Brado. And he's just like, just do your best to make the props, even though they're props, even though they're throwaway, try to make them the funniest thing and the best that you can do in the time frame you have. And I did that. And you know, then eventually they shifted me over to doing backgrounds. I started to get really nervous. All of a sudden I was doubting all my abilities. And you know, I'd read a script and I knew that I couldn't always just clutter it with stuff. I had to use I had to consider like that there's a modeling team at that time. You couldn't easily fill up a space because renderers took a lot of time. It took a lot of people to make the shows. And if you didn't keep your set sparse and only keep it to the essentials, it was like, so in a way you had to restrain yourself from like really composing. But you know, because it was TV. So then we actually got moved on to a film, and these are roughs for what was called the Bob and Larry movie at the time. And I was doing them, and I was doing all this drawing, and my hands were always sweaty because I was so nervous because this is my first feature film that I'm really drawing on, and I didn't want it to fail because I knew everybody in the studio was counting on it to be really good, and I'm like, God, you know, and everything I was doing was coming out so scratchy and so I couldn't figure. It was the weirdest thing. It was like I couldn't bring myself to really caricature things because I was like too afraid I was going to screw up. I was too afraid I was going to fail, really. And I had this really big bout with imposter syndrome. Then I think one day Phil had mentioned to me like, "Hey Joe, you should do your own thing." And I said, "Well, I would love to do some stuff in Photoshop." And you know, other guys would told me, you know, don't do that because you know that's cheap. You learn how to do everything with pencil. And this was the first thing I rendered that came out somewhat clean. And it was like the first time that I think anybody in the studio had used Photoshop for the final concept. And we put this up on the wall for presentation. Mike, one of the directors on the show, said, "Oh yeah, make it look like that, you know, piece of reference you have there." Now, when this thing is small from a distance, it looked like a photo, a black and white photo or something. And I'm like, and Michael was like, "Yeah, that's not a piece of reference. It's actually Joe's drawing." And I was just like, I remember walking out of that meeting feeling like, yes, I'm not a failure. And that gave me a lot of steam. And you know, and eventually I started doing better work, and I'll show you that. But I want to show, before I show you the better work, I want to show you, this was kind of the process. So I would turn in like a quick thumbnail to Michael, and Michael would just note it. And then I would take all his notes into consideration and generate another rough. And this was probably the second half of the day. And then he would note it before going home. And there was a lot of revisions, but you don't complain. You just take the revisions, and you come in the next day till noon and you do another redraw. You figure out all the perspective. Again, you show it to him. He said, "This time I'm not going to throw any tone. I just want him to see the shapes." And he noted it again and then had these revisions. Again, just kind of leaning it out, getting the shapes a little bit better, breaking up the space more. And he said, "Good, you know, bring this to a finish." And so I brought it to a finish, and all of a sudden I could do that spit polish stuff that I had known how to do. And it turned into a really, I think, a nice little drawing for a room. And, you know, and so then I started going back into those old images that I had that were really rough. And I felt confident to, in this case, I went back with pencil. And then I think I did a little punch up with lighting in Photoshop. I think Michael just hated that window. He was like, what is all this in the window? And I'm just like, I don't know, there's a house across the street, but he didn't want me to do that. And I went to the den, and even though the story took place in like, you know, basically America in a boring old town in Iowa, I think it was. And it just, the director did not want anything in it that looked too wacky. He wanted to look like real world things that were of that time period. And so in a particular, everything was very particular. He was looking at a lot of, I don't know, I forget what films he was looking at, but he didn't want it to be like cartoony and wacky like the other VeggieTales stuff that we had done. And so, yeah, so I was doing more of that stuff, more of that And what's interesting too, for a lot of these to get the perspective right, I would actually do previs sets. Even back then, me and Phil, we learned how to model roughly in 3D. And it wasn't until later that, we started getting better at it, and Phil got really great at it. Yeah, so, just different shots for that show. And it was, right around this time, it was all, and this was like the last one that I had done for the show. And it was the first time I combined my just doing a solid pencil drawing, kind of like I saw Michael doing. And I remember Michael saying to me after several revisions and my final tonal, he goes, yeah, he's like, I think this was almost as good as something I would do, or I would do it. And it was just like, almost, and it was just like, but he saw this as a big milestone for me, because it was just like, he's like, okay, you're confident now in designing shapes. You're confident now in, handling the pencil for tone. So he saw, I think at this point, it was a point where Michael saw potential in me. We even went out, we gave a big speech at a university together. It sounded great. Everything was really, really hopeful. And then boom, there was another massive layoff. There was a massive layoff at CBN or not CBN, at Superbook. And, my best friend, Phil, got let go. My mentor, Michael, got let go. It was like a lot of friends, a lot of people that I come to grow and befriend were all let go for different reasons. And I was left on to a show, and I didn't want to be there because I felt like I'd lost everybody that mattered to me. I think I remember, like I told Michael, or I told Phil this before, I actually went to a like a park, and I got drunk and I started punching trees and stuff. I was like hurting my hand. I was so angry because I just hated the fact that here I spent all this time building something up. I finally get to a place where I've gotten better at it, and I just want to go with my friends to the next level. And they swiped me from my knees. Yeah, but
There's also the way they did it. We went to a meeting, and everyone was in a meeting, and then they're like, go back to your desk. And if there's a pink piece of paper on your desk and a packet, like a manila packet, you were gone. And I remember the first round, you'd come back and you hear these other artists, right? Like, Tom Bancroft and all these other well-known, Tom Owens, all these other well-known artists, all these storyboard guys and animators sitting next to us in a cubicle over, and you would hear them crying. So you would like, dude, so many people invested their time in their, people moved all the way to Chicago because they wanted to be working on something that was not just a feature film, but at a healthy place, at a healthy studio. And it was a really healthy place and studio.
And a lot of them, they had a really difficult time too, because it was a faith-based studio.
Yeah.
And they believed that people were going to watch out for them because it was like the Christian thing to do. And then when the reality of cold hard business came in, it was tough for a lot of people to swallow. And I think it probably hurt a lot of people in ways that we didn't even realize.
Yeah. And that was only the first round, because I didn't get let go on the first round, because I remember it also brought out the worst in people, because I remember somebody crying on the side, frustrated, and going like, and then someone going, I can't believe I got laid off and this person didn't.
Yeah.
And then I was second round.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I remember hearing of certain big names that had said that about me, and that was not. It made me angry, but it also, it also kind of drove me into wanting to feel like all this work I had done to get to this place now where I was excited and starting to believe in myself. I wanted to prove that was kind of the thing that kept me into it. I wanted to prove that I belonged here, or that I just because they kept me, they didn't just keep me because I was the cheapest, which I'm sure that entered their mind, but that I could exceed expectations and really do what the other guys had done. And that's kind of what pivots into this. So I started doing things on VeggieTales shows. I even did a pitch for this Minnesota Cuke show where I actually came up with the whole story pitch for it, and they used it. They didn't get any credit for it. I tried to ask for the credit for it, but they didn't give me any credit for it. Yeah, that was hard, because anybody can find a political reason not to, credit you on certain things.
They didn't even pay you for all the artwork you did on your own time.
Yeah, Yeah, they didn't.
They
But
just took the idea, didn't give you credit, and they're like later, you know.
right. But for me, I was like, all right, my overriding desire was to try to do stuff that really pushed the show and be like, have my own voice was the thing. So I told my buddy Chuck, I said, every show that we do, we got to try to make it better than the last one. We have to try to change the style up a little bit for the show. And we did that. This was one here for Larry Boy. Another one was for Lord of the Rings. Another one was for a show that was like set in Mexico. But for each thing, we tried to look at the things that had been done around, like the kind of art that had been done around it. For Larry Boy, we looked a lot at like the Batman stuff from the WB's Batman show. We were looking at like, how do we do cartoony versions of what they did, like Alan Lee and John Howe did on Lord of the Rings. And then this one, I think we were looking at, I forget, there was a director who did a silly short that took place with Pancho Villa. And anyway, so for every show we were doing, we were trying to generate more. And I wanted to show that I could do, that I could, make interesting shapes, that I could paint backgrounds, that I could do really good color work. So all of a sudden I had this like passion to become a better colorer. And, like for this, the one where Gideon's looking over the army, this could have been a really simple nothing drawing, but I wanted to make everything big and epic so that everybody in the studio who saw it was just like, wow, this is going to be a cool show. It doesn't have to be a feature film for this to be a cool show. And I even got asked to and allowed to do backgrounds for the show, to do paintings for the backgrounds. And I got to explore a lot with color and see how real I could make things. And my buddy Chuck, who's a Disney painter, he would always be willing to show me, do paint overs and to revise stuff and be willing to show me how to do stuff better. Eventually we got another feature film out of it. And this was for a film called The Pirates Who Don't Do Anything. And I got to do a lot with like 3D stuff. So Michael Spooner did these original sketches for these that were like kind of loose sketches, but had the idea. And I got to take every one of his loose thumbnails and envision them dimensionally and do the actual turnarounds on them. And I learned a lot about it. Was really cool, actually. I actually enjoyed doing it. But I love doing these like little breakouts where I got to make sure the line work was really clear and just mix 2D and 3D, because most of the show took place on these boats. So I really had an opportunity to make it look nice. And then I got to do interiors. And, again, Michael had done the blue sky concept of it, but I was able to do the finalized version of it. And even things as boring as an alleyway. I remember going to downtown Nashville, taking photos of the alleyways in Nashville and seeing what was exciting about an alleyway. And I got really excited about like how trash looked in bags and stuff. And so I started really enjoying like drawing dumpsters and stuff it was strange. And I think even like this light was the light above the alleyway that was right by CBN. It was like, it's all stuff that nobody would ever notice, but it's stuff that made it personal to me. And then, after that film was on, I had the opportunity because they were finishing it in Canada. I was the only other concept guy there. So I was able to art direct for the first time. And so I was art directing, doing the color keys and doing all the location designs for this movie called Huckleberry Larry. And so it was cool. It was the first time I was entrusted to do color design for a film. That was kind of a big deal. And then I got married and everything was looking great. I felt like I was great in my career. I was happily married. And then like shortly after we got married, find out I have a little girl on the way. Oh my God, everything is going great. The world is my oyster. Boom, layoff. And that was how it was. It was a really hard thing. I still had a baby on the way. Layoffs never happen in a time that they make any sense where you're like, oh, now I can take a break. I couldn't take a break. I had to double down. And so I'd go out and, the first thing I did was like, I was trying to convince some friends of mine, like the immediate thing that a lot of people, when they leave a studio is, we're going to get together. We're going to make our own thing. We're going to make our own show. It's going to be great. And really what that turns into is like you doing a lot of work for free. And, but it, you know, keeps you busy. It keeps you positive about the future, I guess. And these guys now are doing a show called the Wing Feather Saga, and it kind of reminds me a lot of like what we did on this show. And so eventually those guys did get to make it their own show on Angel, but you know, it was like, I don't know how many years later, but it's funny because I look at some like the Viking stuff in here, I'm like, oh, it's kind of like How to Train Your Dragon stuff, but that didn't come out till years later. You know, and I'll take whatever jobs would come. Like this one lady had a book, you know, and she asked me to do a front and back cover, like good versus evil. And I'm like, oh yeah, good's kind of like Avatar, the floating rocks, and evil is like Mordor. And she, you know, it was really simple concept. And she was like, oh, great, you know, and she loved it. I was like, I remember feeling like, wow, I just drew things that I thought were cool and I got paid for it. And then I would do other jobs for like small companies too. I would do jobs for, like this was for like a company that just wanted music festivals. You know, I basically did about 20 different illustrations highlighting different venues all over the world that had different music festivals. An interesting tip I found, like when I had to do crowds like this, I would draw like 10 or 12 members of the crowd, and then I used in Painter, they had this thing called the image hose brush. And so I could hose in the crowd as it went back, and they just became more abstract as it went back. And it looked like a real crowd. You know, you can still see like, you know, like this guy's a duplicate here. You know, I probably should have been smarter with that. But you know, I mean, look, hey, I mean, and I think this job only paid like $200, $250. It's pretty darn good for $250. I would never try. This would be like $1,000 job or $1,500 job now, but I needed money to feed my family, and that's how I looked at it. And I got a lot of jobs because I worked at VeggieTales. Got a lot of jobs that were biblical jobs. These were for murals. Later on, I would do something for the Bible Museum that I don't know. Maybe these were setting up. It was just through the same guy, and I never knew exactly how he was using these. But you know, I would do later on. I would do, you know, stuff that would go on the sides of school walls for this guy. I would do stuff that would go on like Sunday school walls. I would do stuff that would go on, like there was like a putt-putt golf course and some Bible themed like Great America type place in I think Orlando. Yeah, it was strange, but it was a steady job. And then I would also get children's books. This is for a Christian company called Iwana, and I was just becoming known as like a guy in the Christian industry who could do things that, you know, look good. They didn't look hacky, you know. And I love doing these because I was getting back to that illustration type stuff that I was doing again. And I was working with an old storyboarder that I had worked with in the past, and yeah, we got about like 9 of these books, and you know, I was working round the clock all the time. I mean, I would even do stuff for like, you know, this was for like a company called Kona Ice. You know, and like they wanted us to rebrand their brand. And we even make a video game for them. So the bottom things were like for a video game, and there was like the top thing was for an app. But again, it was like, oh yeah, so we got really into app design and stuff. And me and Todd tried to get together on our own spare time and make this. It was like called Used Up Rhymes, and the iPad had just come out. And I wanted to show that we could do something as cool as anybody else was doing on the iPad at the time. And we did pretty decent. We were at the top of the we ranked number 2 on the Apple Store for like 2 weeks. And we got the money we put into it back, but we never really made a huge profit on it. And we were really hoping that this thing would turn into something we could do a bunch of these. And but I'm still to this day very proud of it. I think you can still find it on the Apple Store. Goosed Up Rhymes. I got to do all the voices for the characters, which is cool because it set the tone for later in my career. I'd actually do voice work for different shows too. And I really enjoyed doing that. Boy, I can tell you, if you could do a career doing voice work all the time, oh, how fun. But as this time was going, eventually one of my clients was CBN, and they had this show called Superbook, and they wanted to make the show feel as accurate to the region and the time period as possible. So it was like a lot of that fun stuff that I talked about earlier about going back in time and trying to imagine what a place would look like, based it on references, based it on historical architecture that that is provided by historians and everything. And I was recreating all these things that that looked good. I was always getting this great feedback, and it made me feel really, really good because, you know, and they paid very promptly, which, you know, at that time, Big Idea took 90 days to pay you. And I would sometimes finish 2 films entirely before I got the first paycheck from the first one. And like, I was literally like, several times I was like a day away from eviction at my apartment because I was like 5 days over, and then their check would show up. It was like, because it was so stressful. And it really beat the crap out of me. But I loved doing these guys, even though I would draw to the late hours to the morning. I felt like I was really envisioning their show. And I would do, you know, everything from big cities to small towns. I got to do like futurescapes and fantasy, like video game worlds. And it was really fun. I got to do like vehicles and just imagine stuff that was like Sid Meadish from the future or something like that. Then I got to do poor homes, you know, wealthy pharaohs' homes. It was like this huge range of things. I got to do natural organic landscapes. I got to do, you know, formal symmetrical environments. I got to play with lighting on all of them. I really had free reign to do whatever I want based on the story and the historical stuff. But everything else, the cinematography, the interesting stuff, that was all onto me. And so I would play around with like weather and mood. This is for the Noah's Ark. I remember just doing all this research as to like what Noah's Ark actually looked like based on like the biblical descriptions, and that was a blast. That was really fun, and so much drawing went into this. Again, like Israel at the time, I went back into this piece later on. I'll show you a painting of it later on in the presentation, but I got to do like big cities and then big rural areas and stuff, and it was just really neat. But all the while, I had been doing that for 2 years, and I wanted to do something that was a little like for my portfolio, because I heard there was a job opening coming up, and this guy had designed, the guy who was running it designed Earthworm Jim. His name was Doug Tenaple. And I saw his work, and I saw he did this thing called Tommysaurus Rex. It was about a tyrannosaur. And I saw the Earthworm Jim stuff, and I remember thinking how wacky and zany it was. And I wanted to do a piece that was like customed to the portfolio, that would be customed to him. And he saw it, and he was like, yeah, it's good. It's a little overly complicated, but it was good, you know. And I remember just really just putting myself out there. And oddly, after all that stuff, this drawing is what they hired me based on, because it was simple. I did it in like, you know, or both of these two, yeah, like this. And this was actually for a commercial for idea that I was doing for my app that I made. And yeah, and for me, it was just a simple illustration. And he looks at it, he goes, yeah, I love it. That's simple. That's nice, simple. And they hired me based on this. And I was like, I can't believe I just got a job that paid me about 100K off of these 2 drawings. And it was just because it was simple design, and that's all they wanted. And I was just like, and it was the biggest, I mean, because I was making it, it was crazy at CBN, or I'm sorry, at Big Idea. When I left, when they let me go, I was making about maybe $60,000. After, when I got hired, I was brought on for 52. Then I got it up to 60 when I was like art directing there and doing little things. And then after they let me go, I had to be a freelancer for the first time. And all of a sudden, working as a freelancer, doing freelance work and everything, all of a sudden I was making either close to 100,000 or just shy of it. And everybody will say like, oh yeah, but taxes did affect me, but it was a lot more money. After taxes, I was probably making about $25,000 more. But there was always the instability factor. There was always the, what if all my clients disappear tomorrow? And this was DreamWorks that this Doug Tenaple guy was working for. And it was VeggieTales DreamWorks too. They were rebooting VeggieTales. And so I went on to work with them. I loved having a salary again. I loved being in a studio because I was always by myself at home. But it was high pressure, man. Like it was for TV, but my gosh, they did not look at this like it was a simple show. And so like I would always be juddering. This is just a small portion of the options that I would give them in a day for like Bob and Larry's house. And again, I'm drawing really loose to get a ton of ideas. And what was difficult is they wanted to see what it would look like cleaner and simpler, but their scripts were not simple, and they wanted to have all this stuff that said all this stuff about a personality in a room, and so it was like a lot of props in a room, and so I had to learn how to hedge it back, and like I do these cleanups to show them that, look, yeah, I know this looks complicated, but it's not that complicated. It's fairly simple. And yeah, and we started inventing the show. I was working with these two lovely ladies named Ellie and Ali Ceballos, and so they online they go by Ellie Ali. And we worked together. We were in that room for 6 months, drawing with each other every day, and we had a lot of fun. There was a lot of stress, but a lot of fun. This is, and we were rebranding and re-envisioning VeggieTales. And it was like a little city in a living room, kind of like Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, that show I used to like. And so there was a lot of fun to it, of like little world and a big world. And like Ellie and Ollie, they would do like these like simple design shapes, very Mary Blairish. Then it was my job to take their pretty designs and turn them into something that was functionally useful for modelers to build off of. And that was a good dynamic. They would come up with like some design for a corner store, and then I'd have to draw it. I actually also would roughly build it out in previous sets in 3D to make it sure that the perspective was 100% dead on. And yeah, and that's what we did. We kept doing that, and then like there were some locations that were just super dense, and this gives you an idea of how many drawings and breakouts you have to do. So every set had to be drawn from 3 different angles, and every prop had to be broken out individually. That means everything you see in here had to have its own separate breakout, and that's what this next thing is. So it's like I had to, and every separate drawing, every like can and canister, everything had to have a front, side, bottom, top, 3/4 view, everything. It was a crazy amount of work for something, but I wanted it to look full of stuff, and I had to like design out the rows so that, with all these props, you could fill out a corner store. And it was tricky, and we managed to do it, but it was a lot of work. Even doorways, like I said, even the doorway and open and close, I had to draw from multiple angles. It's this day, I don't know why the heck they had it. Now modeling teams can just handle like 1 or 2 angles. You don't need to do all this 3 angle stuff, I don't think. I mean, maybe some places, but it's ridiculous. And it just stresses your artists out. I mean, to give you an idea, like, when I first started working in Big Idea, it was like, that was me. Then after all these years of working at like all these different studios, I was looking like this. I had like the raccoon eyes. I was like I put on weight, and I felt like this. And so, I just decided, the CBN had called me up. They invited me to come out, be an art director. They gave me a nice salary option that was competitive with DreamWorks. I took it. Came out, had my own crew, and I'm an art director now. Like, this was one of my students, or one of my clients. He was Skyping with me, and he's just like, "This is how you look every time when you're going over my artwork." So that's like my definitive art director face, I guess. But so this is what I do as an art director. So some guy that I was working with, a younger guy, he came in, he sent me. This was his location, and I would give him notes. I'd say like, okay, let's simplify this. It's like make an acting area here where the apostles are all like sitting together, and let's use foliage to frame them. And then I looked at his back hill. It wasn't looking good on his second pass. His second pass was much better. And then I said, this background, we got to get this background looking more like tiers of ground raising up gradually. And so he incorporated that. He got this nice final drawing here. This is me just kind of trying to explain to somebody who, like what both the tiers of the hills look like and the patch of grass would look like. And you know, and then to the studio, like, so for when I was dealing with the studio and modelers, like, you know, I'd first have like an overview drawn and I give it to the artist, right? And then I explain the space to him. And then he would start doing location drawings that kind of look like this. And then the modelers would get it and they'd send me this as their first pass. And hello, what's going on? They sent me this as their first pass. As you see down on the bottom, I gave them a lot of notes based on things my director didn't like, and a lot of revisions. Like I said, we need to see the stones. We need to, we need to, add character, add more props around. It has to look like a bustling harbor. It looks too empty right now. Just stuff like that. And then the second or third pass comes and now it's much better. So then they send me their first pass of textures and everything. They do their best to get an even thing on everything. And again, I have to give them a lot of notes to say, hey, we got to weather the stones. We got to add more stone variation, color variation. The water by the base of the water should look wet and shiny, and just all sorts of stuff. Then they send this back, and it's a much better looking set. Even like hills in the background, I wanted it to look better designed and broken up.
Joe, wouldn't you say and agree that that's become an art in itself, having to learn how to take drawings and translate them, interpret them into 3D for 3D production?
I think that's primarily what I do, and I consider it feels like an art form to me. I definitely, it's you're going on top of somebody's stuff, and you're not diminishing how good it is. You're not saying that it's bad, but you're trying to get it to a certain level in a certain time period. You're trying to maximize the look as much as you can. And that's really what I end up doing as an art director. Like here, this was the lighting, at my first pass lighting at the top, and then another pass at the bottom where I had them just add more atmospherics and stuff. I don't know what the heck happened in that hill in the background. I guess I had them lower this because it looked unnatural. But yeah, so then we got a nicely lit looking show. And it was cool, and these are just some other examples of some locations that we had done. Really playing around with like lighting and bounce lighting and, just trying to make the worlds look interesting and, yeah, and, and just natural and try to make it look as real as you could on the budget you have. And oftentimes, yeah, like here, we're matching it to a color key. We have these color keys that I'm doing my best with their colorists to get it to match as closely as I can. And they don't 100% match. Sometimes you'll get stuff in a painting that looks great, but if you're on a show and this is all you can get in the time period, then it is what it is. On a feature, they would work a lot longer to get it to look this way. They would cheat lighting in order to make it look this way. But you do your best. You use the color keys. You try to get as much atmosphere as you see in the color keys in the set. This day now, I probably would have gone lighter in the background, but at that time, that was the best I thought I could do. And then a lot of times you get lighting back. So say this was like first pass lighting. My director had a lot of notes about it. Didn't look like nice, cool light was hitting them. Wanted to look natural, but also wanted him to pop out more in the center. So we do these paint overs to like make it look like how we wanted it. And then we would get, updated image back to look a lot like this. Same here. This is, again, we wanted the guys behind him to be less important, pushed back or popped out more. Yeah, so that's what we did. We would take shots like this that didn't, like I said, we wanted to look like we have light spilling in from the ceiling. So it looks like a holy, it feels kind of holy in there, like spotlit, theatrical. And so that, they would do that. Oh yeah, and sometimes you do paint overs, like say you have an area that's empty like this. Well, I would do paint overs like throwing a new map in the background and then just like sky, tell them like add some art clouds like to break it up to make it look interesting, right? Like to hide the gap between background and hide the background and that's stuff that you kind of see as the production is coming to you. you realize that like that's not the concept art, but there's something really generic about this. If this were to show up in the film, there was something about it that didn't look filmic, and so you had to try to bridge that gap between this is a model, but how do we make it look more film-like? And that was my best attempt at that. And then, here's some other examples of that where, this was their first shot of the temple and like him coming up, and I was just like, oh, this is so god awful. And so I had to do a paint over to try to show them, hey, look, so we're going to see, it's like this, the shadow from this hill casts this thin, like shadow on the wall. We just see a hint of it. We see the temple really brightly. The sun is really hot, very saturated. These guys are not all blue, not in a blue light environment. You can see the local colors. And, and this is what they turned back in, and it looked pretty good. Like sometimes they would give you shots like this and you would just try to do color options to kind of show them what to do better. Like this was like looking at a hill. They wanted to send this as being the final. And I'm like, no, we gotta, we can't, that just looks like too generic, so we had to, okay, if the sun's behind it, it could be more in shadow. So how do we get it in shadow, but still like allow for these characters in the foregrounds to show up? So we cheated lit areas so we could see them walking, but we had to push this area back. Yeah, so. And, a lot of times when I'm communicating ideas from the director, we have storyboards that come in first. Before it even goes to color keys, I would always do these tonals to set up what the lighting and the drama of the shots look like. I actually enjoyed this a lot. And my director was just like, oh, you don't have to do that. I'm like, no, this is going to define the look of what everybody that I was art directing would do. And it really helped them a lot. I actually got a lot of phone calls back from the artists that I work with telling me like, oh, you're such a good art director. And I was just like, hey, thanks. But they were actually saying that you provided us so much information that we didn't have to guess. And as an art director, that just made sense to me, because I remember there were directors that I would have that would really eliminate the guessing. And you eliminate the guessing, you eliminate a lot of anxiety in your artists. And so I did a lot of these. And then, these, I would do them, and then my colorist would take them and he would do paint overs based on them. And so you can see here, like this here, I thumbed out how I wanted it, and he just made a beautiful version. Like here, I told him how I want the light spilling in, hitting the back of him, and he's rimmed. He did that. It was really cool. And so I felt like I had some ownership over the show. And I allowed my director to have ownership too by, him going to me. And, we repeated this process several times. Like I did it for this show. Eventually, sometimes I would do real shorthand because I didn't have time to do a highly rendered tone. I just say, look, the yellow is the lit area, the blue is the shadow area. And, and the storyboard guy was smart enough to know what that meant. And so all the while I'm trying to learn color and everything, I'm doing my own studies at home. I like looking at film stills and going, okay, I want to be a colorist now. I want to like learn how to do color better because of my job and because I think it's cool. And so many art directors I knew were doing color keys, and I'm just like, I just want to do that. So I started doing these, and I did so many of them. I mean, I think I did like 300 or so of these things, and they helped me some, but they weren't really helping me a lot. Like I got to the place where I knew how to copy images that I saw pretty quickly and pretty efficiently. But it wasn't until I started like actually studying light. Like, so I grabbed I bought a volleyball and I put it in my backyard, and just at different times of the day, I'd sit in my bay window in my kitchen and I would paint the volleyball in this environment over and over again on my iPad just to try to see how lighting changed naturally, like kind of like plein air painting. But I had to do it. I had to do it like, before the lighting moved. And so it was like, it was just a fast way to just study light. And I did that for a few months. Then I would do things like to learn lighting. I would watch like Assassin's Creed. They have their time lapses, and I would pause it and really study what's the difference between a sunrise versus a sunset, morning light, all these different things. I started doing little studies that were based on like picture references that I saw, and I was like, okay, what does light do? And then all of a sudden I started realizing I didn't have a really good idea of like how local color was affected by light. I was light a lot of times just improvising it. And so there was a tool called um, the color key or something like that. Color constructor. And I was going to make this my own product where, but I never really got around to it. Where I basically made 100 palettes that each had different colors in them, like skin tones, hair colors, landscape colors, grays, all these colors. And then for each one, it would be a different lighting condition. And like these would be the local colors based on that lighting condition. And all I had to do was add atmosphere. And so from that, I would just grab these atmospheric colors and just put them on a light mode. And I would get really good colors out of it. Like I did a bunch of them. And so I had, for each image you see here, I had colors for them, and I would apply them to like this was like a children's book that I had done, and there was like 200 and something illustrations of this Bible. It's an actual Bible, illustrated Bible. And we had to do one of these a night. And, so I managed to, we had to get 2 of these done a night. And so I'd learned from working in studios how to take a team of people. And like I invented a style that I felt we could get done two a day because it had to be simple. And I did the color keys for all of them that were very specific color keys. I gave them to a person that I knew in the Philippines to flat. And then my friend Amanda, she took the flatted things and applied the brush strokes and the tones right from my color keys. And we just churned through them, the 3 of us, and we got this done. They actually liked it so much they made a show that is exactly copying our style. We never got any credit for that, but it looked exactly like our show. It's exactly our style. And we did it for a company, and the company was just like, we love this. This is our house style. And so maybe in the future I would, if that was a possibility, I would say, like, if you ever use this for house style, please give me credit. And I was still doing freelance jobs on the side. This was for Blake, what's his name? Blake Shelton. He did a music video called Doing It. Yeah, I did that for him. It was an opportunity while I was doing all that Superbook stuff of just inventing something that was totally in a different style show. And that was fun. You need that. You need to break up your workflow so that you actually get to do things that are unlike what you're doing at work. And I would do a lot more of that too. I would do stuff for friends, like this was for a friend's children's book. And I get to play with different things, like in the castle thing. I did this, I built it up in Adobe Medium and then did paint overs in Photoshop. This one I was playing around with DAZ models and then doing paint overs and changing them in Photoshop. This one I just had to get a bunch of assets of a city. This one was just, basically me playing around with color again for a friend's children's book. And that's all, I would only do stuff that was for friends. Every once in a while I would do something on my own like this. This was like, when NFTs were starting to become a thing and monkeys were a huge deal for some reason, NFTs. So I would try to sell these things. I never actually made any money on NFTs, but it was fun. But, all the while I'm doing these things, I'm learning stuff that I can actually apply to our show. And my matte paintings are getting a lot better at this point. I'm getting to do these like big, vast matte paintings. I'm learning how to photo bash more. I'm doing personal paintings again that really were like the most sentimental things. Like these are for 2 people that died during COVID that I knew. That was my brother's father-in-law here, and then my wife's grandfather here. Just drawing them as they entered into heaven, right? And and that was like meaningful to me. That was actually like, oh, this is what you should be using your art for, like, to actually make people feel better. And and then still doing a lot of stuff. I actually went back and revisited that Jerusalem image that I had shown you from earlier. I was doing my own like Bible illustration stuff. And I was just doing stuff that I felt like was meaningful. Like, and I think there's like lately, since COVID and everything, I think I started doing more biblically based stuff. And sometimes I have fun with it, and sometimes I get very serious with it. This is actually for a film that might be coming out if we ever get finish our funding for it. It was like Jesus in the desert, like the devil is back here looking on at him. This was for David and Goliath. So like David coming home with all his sheep one day, and then here's Samuel wondering like, who is the next person I'm gonna, he's looking for the next king, and here's this guy coming up with his sheep, and he's about to pick him. And I kind of looked at it like it was almost like a little bit of like Frodo and Bilbo, or I'm sorry, Frodo and Gandalf, like waiting for him at the top of the hill by his house. Yeah, so I guess that's all where I stopped. So that brings me kind of to like where I am now. So this is kind of the newer stuff that I'm doing. For a lot of these, like this here, I'm using like a lot of 3D. I built that up in Modeler, or I'm sorry, in VR. I VR modeled a lot of it, and then I would do paint overs and Photoshop. And this was like the same thing down here. I was working a lot in Unreal, and then I did paint overs in Photoshop. And this is just traditional like painting loose, having fun. So yeah, so it was. This is kind of where I am now. It's been a long journey. I've gone from being like somebody that was just doing, simple comic books to finally being able to be a place where I was able to compose and color and render out my own ideas and have some autonomy in and in my art, and also know how to make confidently make like full shows, new shows. It's been a good run, and I've learned a lot. I still am learning. I'm still trying to keep up with like the stuff that I mean, like it or not, AI is here, and I'm trying to figure out how that works, how to use it ethically. Is there a way to use it ethically? I think there is. I don't believe, like with AI, I don't believe that anybody should do anything that's purely AI. I think that using it to help boost your textures, like if I were to go on top of this and use AI, I would use it to like improve the quality of the textures on maybe the wolf that's kind of hidden here. It's deliberately hidden. So you're not supposed to see that there's animals all over it, but they're supposed to be an afterthought. So, but yeah, stuff like that. It would be interesting to even just now throw that into AI and just see how I could plus it, if anything. As like a last polish. I still think you're going to have to do work traditionally, and then use AI to plus what you're doing, just to make it a little bit more readable in an amount of time that you can get it done and meet a deadline. So
I think that's a concern of a lot of students moving forward is, what's going to be done in AI, what's not, and how is it going to change the industry. And I know you and I have met, and you've showed me samples of how you guys would use AI to figure out like paint styles and directions, and how you could tell AI to like do a painting. You could type in keywords like, Howard Pyle, NC Wyeth, Israel, old this, old that, and it'll combine it and give you an outcome. And
yeah, you get an outcome like that, but
I remember all the angel stuff you showed me, but then you guys would just take that. It's just a tool. You paint over it, change it, modify it.
yeah, well, and yeah, anytime we've used AI for like the professional workplace, it's only been like a texturing aid. We've never generated new content that was straight up AI. Came close once. I remember showing my director one thing, and he's like, "That's great. I'd love to use that." I'm like, "No, you can't use that." So there is a temptation, I think, amongst the people who are buying the art, people who are making the shows, to just want to use it wholesale. I mean, I've heard Jeffrey Katzenberg talking about it, like how he just wants it to be like the AI is the thing that drives everything out. Now, it's just, I don't know. It is like the world now that we're facing. It's like this new brave new world type of thing. But it's cool. There's a lot of cool stuff to it. a lot of people are getting screwed over by it. And what'll be interesting, the big interesting thing that's happening now is that lawsuits are starting to happen with it. And there's going to be, it's just going to be something like, it's going to be like the Old West before the law came in. The law rattles everybody down, and it civilizes it. I don't think it will go away because it's too useful. But I think the free reign, and definitely the people who are not traditionally trained artists, who are just using it entirely and trying to become traditionally trained artists because the thing bridges that gap for them. I think a lot of those guys are going to go away because all of a sudden the lawsuits and stuff will basically water it down to that it, like how video game companies use photo bashing. As long as you're, I think when there's a percentage rule by lawyers and like EA and different studio companies that say that if you can use photographs, and they actually have teams of lawyers that go over the artwork to say, have you changed it enough to justify its use in our show, and it changed it enough that whoever reference you got off of Google or whatever, it's changed enough that it's not their image anymore. Me, I like to work from the other end. I like to create an image already and then just use AI to plus it. And so it's already my creativity. It's just this at this point now, it's just about plussing it to make it good for presentation. It would be interesting to take this David image and throw it in and see what would happen with it. But I want to open the floor to questions and everything. Can I just, mind if I take a quick break?
Yeah, why don't we let's take a 10 minutes, sound good?
More than enough, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, everyone. It's 1:23. We'll come back at like 1:35, okay?
Okay.
Sound good? All right, be back in just a little bit.
Good when it's on its own. But then when you finally get to AI, if you want to use it for film or something, eventually, like having a good editor will be able to, like, cut together a lot of these still images and make it decent looking. At least a decent looking something that could be used for a commercial or a music video right away. I think you could do that now. I don't think they're at a place now that you can actually do an actually well acted story. Not at all.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I've seen some of the full AI comic books and stuff. There's you're like, wow, there's something missing. And sometimes it's that human empathy, it's that human idea, that connection that unites us to ideas or personal experiences or even lighting scenarios, color scenarios. Like a lot of that isn't there sometimes. I mean, maybe,
well, like I can tell, like, so like sometimes every once in a while I'll get a nice note from somebody, job well done kind of thing note. And I can tell, I'm just like, that's AI. That's not like a real compliment. That's like you saying, type something nice about Joe's work, did a great job, And, I've heard that like people are using it to like write like, not love letters, but essentially like flirting with each other. Which is so creepy. But like,
I have a student in one of my classes that had really bad grammar and can't even write like a cover letter, and they used AI to write it, and I could see
mission solved. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, that's me.
Like, there went from like 10 grammar mistakes to and then but it sounds robotic. It's lacking. It's like very appropriate grammar, and it just doesn't come off the same way. So
yeah, but anyway, even with that, like I'll use AI. I'll be like, oh yeah, basically I'll type it up on my own, and then I'll just feed it into AI. I'll just say, can you just fix the grammar in this? And then it does. I think, can you fix the grammar but retain the tone and the spirit of what I'm saying?
Sure.
And then it does that, and it sounds like me. But it's the same thing as what I'm doing with the artwork, where it's like you do it first the way you want it, and then you just let it spit polish stuff.
Exactly. Guide it. It's just a tool like anything else.
It's a tool.
Let's open up. Let's stop the screen share for a minute. I know you're going to do a demo for us.
Oh, is the screen share still on? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's still on just for a little bit. I just thought we'd people can, there we go. People can ask you some questions now. If any of you guys, since we're back from the break, does anyone have any questions for Joe? You know, about or anything we've talked about today, or other questions, or industry questions, or software do's and don'ts, go ahead and let's do that. I thought if we do some questions now, that way when Joe goes to do a demo for us and he's going to do a drawing demo and whatnot, he can. So if you have a question, go ahead and fire away. You can take off your mic and ask Joe.
I have a question. That's okay.
Yep, please
Sure.
go ahead.
As someone thinking of moving out of California, specifically for me, Tennessee, what would the career in entertainment arts look like in other states, not being in the hub?
I used to live and work in Tennessee. So I think it's good because I've been there doing it I did it for 10 years in that very state. I lived right outside of Nashville. And I know that there are still some studios, but you really should check like locally what people are saying. I know that there are a lot of people that are in 2020, especially, and a little bit beyond, where they started to be more open to working out of your house. And now it's not an abstract thing to say to somebody. Now, if you're just like, if somebody asks you to move to their studio, it's kind of like a why, kind of response. Like, and it's okay to be that way because the whole world was that way for 2 years. And people got along fine. Production still kept going. But honestly, I mean, if you don't want to stay in California, if you just want to go to the place, I'd say while you're out there, make as many connections as you can and try to get to know people in these places. I would say that it would be good to at least start out there since you're there already. And then pivot away from it and just say, hey, look, my work now, but I want to do my own thing. I want to live in my own area. I want to live, because it's much different, California versus Nashville. I mean, there's the Nashville now is a lot more like California than when I was living out there in like 2001 to 2013. It was like when I first came out there, and even before I got there, everybody was very, I mean, there wasn't as many Californians out there. And then all of a sudden, by the time I left, there was like half the people, half the residences like were occupied by Californians out there. But I mean, it's one of those things where I think the quality of your work is going to be the big decider of that. If you look like somebody that that would be really competent and somebody that could really do well, then I don't think it really matters where you live. But if you're only like entry level and they're just taking a shot on you, then you just have to gauge it. You have to gauge yourself against artists that you say, like in the studio that you can find on ArtStation or whatnot, and just really ask yourself, how well do I rank? And but also so much of this industry is about your people connections, and you really make a lot of good people connections when you're in a studio, and you really don't want to deprive yourself of that. Like there's like because you can always leave it, and most people I feel like they stay in the industry for like like maybe 5 years, and then they're just like, enough of this junk, and they go off and they just freelance stuff. That seems like it's a very, very common thing. So really, just to sum it up, I think it's just based on the quality of your work, based on the people that you know. I know it is possible because I did it purely as a freelancer for 5 years, and then living in that exact same place. And and there's also studios in Nashville now. There's like 3 studios there now. So I mean, you
Also
go to
wanted to
Nashville
add
and get a
something
job.
to what you just said there, Joe, which is huge, which is that connection part, because that having worked at another studio and then knowing people and making friends, and then you get contacts, and because that actually sort of leads to this other question I was going to ask is, when being in our industry, it's a very small world. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's so small. Like the guy that became, this is true story, the guy that became Joe's boss, Doug Tenaple, was in my graduate program sitting next to me at Cal State Fullerton, right? And so it's like he was getting his master's degree and then was pitching shows to Katzenberg. And then when DreamWorks acquired Big Idea, Katzenberg was like, "Gosh, who am I gonna put in charge of this? Who's a good creative guy? Who's also like an art director who has concepts?" And then he goes, "Oh," and they also wanted someone with probably Christian background. And then they're like, "Oh, who's that guy that's just in here pitching his show ideas?" So
Yeah.
here's a guy in my grad program. I literally called Joe that day and go, "Dude, your boss is leaving Cal State Fullerton. He's going to come over and he's going to be your boss." And that was Doug Tenaple, and next thing you know, Doug Tenaple gets offered this huge job from Katzenberg to go over and head up a studio in, the middle of Nashville, right? And to
Right.
run Big Idea, you know,
It's a small world.
yeah, small world. And so one of the things I wanted to comment on is it's such a small world sometimes. I just wanted to mention let's talk for a minute about the importance of dealing with people who are respectful and nice and kind, and people that are not negative, that don't backstab other people, because those people that do that do build up a very negative reputation quickly. Would you not agree to that?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think ultimately it's like imagine going to a bar or going out with your friends every night to like a diner, right? Like you just got your core group of friends, you hang out all the time. They're your buddies. And then one of your buddies invites a new friend or girlfriend or boyfriend, into the group. And all of a sudden the chemistry is just thrown off, because you have to make adjustments for that new person. And to some degree you expect that, and you can pivot pretty easily if the person is chill, to build that rapport back up and to go again. But if somebody comes in and it's just like, it's like Yoko Ono when she went into the Beatles, just breaks up the band. That can happen in studios where like there are people that come in and they're just all of a sudden they're gossip hounds. All of a sudden they're negative about everything, or they talk about backstabby type things, or if they're insecure. Then the flip side's also possible when like where somebody comes in, is super ambitious, happy-go-lucky, is humble but extremely talented. Then it raises everybody's level. Even like there was a girl that I had hired, and she was young, she just out of high school, and she wasn't like the best artist. She was very good, and she was very for being young like she was super enthusiastic. She was all about very detail oriented, and it made me, even as her art director, go, "Oh God, I got to keep my game up." This girl, she's hitting it out of the park every time, and I gotta make sure that I'm as diligent and as positive about the work as she is. And it actually, even though I was her boss, it raised my standard of excellence, because a positive person came in with high expectations and high hopes, and I didn't want to let that person down. So it's infectious. Good and bad is infectious.
So how important is, at school I talk a lot about making the right decisions, being kind, and how your reputation starts there. And from what you've witnessed and experienced with your time in the industry, even when you and I were working together, how important is that reputation as an individual amongst others?
I mean, it's extremely important. Like, and it's most important, outside of the workplace. It's most important because if you're liked, people want to help you. People want to grow you. People want to see you do well. If you happen to get laid off, people do their best to find you your next job. Your reputation and being kind to people, the toughest thing with our workspaces, especially small group teams, is gossip, because everybody's under the yoke of somebody. Everybody is like under the yoke of a director, producer, managers. Somebody's calling the shots, making your job harder all the time. And the hardest thing to do is to not get caught up in the gossip game. And I have not, there are times where I've really succumbed to that. But even that can come back and bite you in the butt because the person hears you saying stuff about them and wonders, why you're saying it. So that's, that can never be good. And, like I recently, we had kind of a group of people that kind of more or less mutinied our director to do their own show, and then their own show didn't do well, or didn't do as well as it should have done, even though I thought it was a great show. But I remember thinking, no, this is not going to go well because they've all been like, it was like I'm leaving your show, I'm going to my new place now. I don't have to deal with you anymore. And now like layoffs are happening, and guess who's deciding whether or not they get kept? That guy, and it's just like, and I'm so glad I played it safe this whole time because, I mean, you just gotta learn to play nice with people, because if you play nice with people, people are very nice to you. If you don't, then it's just no positive to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the people I know that have had the hardest time in their careers are the people that were they would go job to job because they'd be let go first because they were the negative people. They were the people that were starting the fights, or they were starting the little getting the cliques together to get other people angry at other people, and and bad mouthing other people. And then once that eventually it comes out, because that's how human beings are. Human beings communicate to everyone else, and then when it comes out, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, first round of layoffs come, and boom, those people are gone right away. Especially when the producers find out who those people are and what they're doing, and why they're doing it. So, are there any other questions for Joe before he does his demo for us?
I have one. Well, actually, I have a really quick one and maybe a slightly longer one. The
Okay,
quick
go
one
ahead.
is basically just do you still have a dream of making your own comic book series now that you have all this experience
I
and you can
do.
actually do it?
It's funny. I was just talking to somebody about that today. Yeah, I do. Ironically, I'm doing all this Bible stuff. The comic book that I've always wanted to do is like my own take on how I would handle the subject matter without having a director tell me what to do. And because for so much of my life, I got to tell you, just being like a religious type person, I think about it pretty much every day. But the way I think about it is oftentimes as like a movie in my head as to how I would see things play out. And I just I'd like to share that with people. It's a limited audience, I'm sure, but
Well, they've made the action Bible, so there's definitely a market for it.
yeah, right. That guy made a killing on that book. But,
oh, sorry.
no, go ahead, man. No, go ahead.
Because the other question I want is actually a little more industry specific, and it's, do you think there's any hope, or do you have any advice specifically for people who may be neurodivergent, who want to get into this field, like people who are maybe autistic or something like that? Like, are there opportunities for them as well, or
I think again, I think it all comes down to, well, like for example, that girl. I don't know if she was autistic. It seemed like perhaps she was. She was very focused. She was very awkward in conversations at the lunch table, for example. Autism is a spectrum. I would like to think, I'm sure to some degree, I mean, like, hey, on my division of the spectrum, like I have ADD, so that's considered a form of autism, so, but, and those, some of the people I worked with, they had Asperger's. I've worked with people who've had Asperger's before, but again, it was the quality of their work. I mean, you you make exceptions where it comes to like getting on people's nerves. You have to learn to navigate that. But no, that's not, I can't see that as being a real problem. To some degree, I think the only thing that you would need to be honest about it up front, I guess, if well, no, even still, I wouldn't tell anybody what my neurodivergency is unless I felt it was important for them. Like if you have something that's like a Tourette's, where you can explode at times, then it's probably important to let people know.
But even
But
on that accord, I mean, you and I, we've worked with people that are very introverted, and they're very quiet, and you don't know.
most artists,
Yeah, most artists are. So you don't know if they're on the spectrum, because all you're really seeing is you see their work, and then you communicate with them a little bit when they turn it in. You know, so sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you don't need to know.
I would guarantee you that that probably a large portion of the people I've worked with as artists. That's a weird thing as an art director. One of the things I've encountered as art director is being an art director is in some ways like being like a psychologist at times, because I've had people call me up and having like breakdowns because they don't think they can finish the project on the deadline. And I've had people get very angry with me. I've had people ask me for help or advice in their personal lives. It's so everybody who you hire has their own life outside of the job. And I think a good art director understands that and is willing to work with that. And it certainly wouldn't be a handicap for me. I mean, there's definitely been, there are some people that I've interviewed and I've known right from the get-go, these guys are going to be a challenge. This is going to be a challenge to work with this person in terms of just communication. And they just seem, some guys seem really off. Like I had one guy who believed, and it didn't work out for him because it was this one guy believed that he was talking to God, and that God would tell him what to draw. Well, that's fine. You can say that and you can believe that. But at the end of the day, I'm the art director. And like this guy, like he did some drawings for me. And I didn't like how they were going. And he's like, no, this is what I'm supposed to draw. And I'm like, I get that. I get that's, and that's your belief system. But I'm the art director here, and I'm telling you to draw this. I don't want to say I don't care about your prayer life, but I don't really care about your prayer life. I have a boss that I'm answering for,
Right.
and you know, I have to give him what he wants, and he does. We're not all in your head, and so it didn't work out for him because he was very stubborn. I would say this: the thing that has made me not call people back is, and I've definitely had people that were like that have really tested my limits. But if they are willing to take criticism and make the changes that I'm asking them to make, they stick around. And unless they criticize me every time, I can allow it like happening every other time. But like if it happens every time, then they just turn into somebody like you don't want to call them because you got other people you can talk to, and you don't want to have to deal with this negative person. So you got to ask yourself, how am I coming across to people? And if part of your disability is like somebody like Chris Rock, where he can't tell when he's being negative to people, you have to have people around you that go, check yourself. My wife does that for me a lot.
Well, and then back to what, we always talk about, just good old-fashioned communication skills. And part of communicating and working with other people is not being a narcissist. It's not being, a self-centered person who only cares about yourself. Those are the people, it's not being a negative person all day long. Those are the people that tend to have the hardest time to work. I mean, part of our job is like you and I working together and taking, notes from directors or anyone else. That's that coming full circle in that open communication with other people, right?
Yeah.
Here's a question from Joseph Skuzla up there that says, speaking on copyright and receiving credit on your own downtime and personal work, do you have any major red flags from studios that we should watch out for when moving into the industry, or even just how to protect our works? And that's a good question, because I just talked about this in my professional practice class. Do you remember when Brian Ballinger pitched the children's book idea, Big Idea? And he signed that first right of refusal. And what a first right of refusal is, when you pitch your work, is it basically gives the company the ownership right to make a decision. And then years later, when Big Idea was bought sold, went to new owners, they never gave back the right of refusal. And then all that hard work and effort that Brian Ballinger put into that wonderful children's book, he still can't even pitch it to anyone, right, Joe?
Is that really what happened with Brian?
Yeah, remember that story that they
I
did?
remember the story. I didn't know that that was
Did it
all
all in 3D when Big Idea got sold and went to DreamWorks. So all the paperwork and the legal documentation went. And I'd heard that Brian reached back out to them and asked for, first it was the English company. And they asked the English company and he said, hey, I'd really like my first right of refusal back. I made this book myself and I would like to be able to pitch it or develop it. And the English company said no. And then I heard he had asked again for it later on. I think when maybe Doug was there through DreamWorks, and nothing ever came of that either. So, you
Is
know,
that because he did it on a company computer or he did it on company time?
oh, it's this weird, like when you pitch an idea to a company, like Nickelodeon has a thing called the Gong Show, where employees can go and pitch an idea. If you read that contract really closely, there's something called the first right of refusal, which gives them, the company, the right to say yes or no. The downside of that is sometimes there's not a term limit on it. There should be a term limit of like a year. So what the company could then do is say, if usually company contracts are vague, so they work in their benefit. So if you work for a company and you pitch your idea, other than that, Joseph, you're signing this contract that basically says anything you do or create belongs to that company. But then you have to be careful because there are a couple places that have, like Disney used to have a dream clause inside their contracts that stated anything you think of and develop on your own time while even at home would also belong to that company or corporation as well.
That's crazy.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I know Spooner and some of the other guys, when they were at Disney, they would just take a Sharpie and they would X out that dream clause and hand it back. And, yeah, the people try to do that. And even now, the big thing that happened out here in California, I don't know if it's happened anywhere else, but there's this horrible clause called the non-competition clause. And what that means is as a freelancer, if you sign that, it means that basically says as a non-competitor clause, you can't work for any other company that company is associated with or has done business with.
That should only apply to you if you're a full-time employee.
Exactly. And that would make, but now they're trying to get it to apply to independent contractors, which California passed a law and said you can't do that.
That's bogus.
You're not allowed to enforce that. But I mean, those are good legality sides. I mean, and if you do have something of your own, Joseph, I mean, you just want to get it copyrighted and so on, or don't bring it up to the studio and be like, hey, look at what I created at home. Because if you created it on their computer, it's probably going to belong to them. Right, Joe?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky thing because, everybody would love to pitch their idea. And especially when you're in a studio, you think that should be the first place you could pitch it to because you have open doorway access. But like I know for myself, like there was a lot of pitches, there was pitch opportunities at CBN, and I knew that CBN, if I did it, like they would own. It was like there was like an ownership loss if you pitch something. And I just never, I mean, I have stories that I've got developed, but I've just never shared them because, when it comes time to actually share ideas, there are channels to do it. There's ways to do it. You get a representative to help you do it. And the honest truth is that you could pitch dozens and dozens of ideas and none of them get picked up. I mean, everybody thinks they have this brilliant idea, and it's just whatever, they can't sell it well, or they can sell it well just fine, but people just don't want to buy it. So being the person whose idea gets picked, it's a rare thing. It's possible, it happens, but it's kind of, and it's not as narrow as the lottery or anything, but it's a hard thing. You're up against a lot of people pitching. And so what I would say in that situation is, you just got to be cautious about who you share stuff with. Because I've had stuff that I've shared to people and they've stolen it. Like I still remember this. I had an idea because they had a pitch, like an open forum for pitches at VeggieTales. And I had come up with an idea for a show that dealt with like losing somebody or something that was important to you. And I shared the idea with one of my coworkers who was a PA. And she's like, "Oh, Joe, that is really great. That is really great." I'm like, "Thanks, appreciate it." And the next day was a pitch meeting. She's like, "I still don't know what I'm going to pitch." So it was a round robin discussion, round the table discussion. And I'm sitting in there proud. I'm really happy. I've rehearsed how I'm going to do it. I'm psyched. I'm in the mindset for it. And then I start doing this round table thing, and they start with one guy on the corner. He has a good idea, and then they move over to the girl that that I was telling you about, the production assistant. And she, right in front of me, tells a story that is exactly my story. And they got to her first, and so then when it came to me, I was fuming. I was like gritting my teeth. I wanted to run out of the room or just punch some walls. And then and, because here she's acting over there like, what? I just came up with an idea. And I'm like, full well that I told you that idea yesterday. And, Chris, the guy who was running it, was just like, "No, let's just hear your idea. Let's not get caught up in that." And I tried to pitch my idea, but I lost all my rhythm because I was so angry. And my idea didn't really even get considered because it was like,
Yeah.
You're in that group, and it was just, I was really unhappy and like everybody liked her idea, but they liked her idea because it was my idea.
And then that, whenever I see that type of negativity in the industry, that person doesn't end up going that far because now they have a bad reputation, and
Yeah, she didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. So every time I've seen that level of, I call it backstabbery, negative, Machiavellian planning, because a lot of people do that. They get off on that, and they like, "Oh, I'm gonna, you know, find a way to," because even you and I dealt a little bit with that. Not to mention any names or anything, but we worked with some people that would purposely pit us against each other or say things to us,
Right.
and then you and I became friends, and we started talking, and we were hanging out. And I remember one day we were like, "Hey, so and so said something about you," and you're like, "That's funny. So and so told me the exact same thing to me about you." And we realized that one person was, or two people were doing things in a Machiavellian way to put themselves up on top. And again, then you wait a year or two later, and then
Drop
that
the names.
you're not gonna drop the names because right. A name can be worth $100,000. That could be a project you get put on. So you don't. But that's something that Joe and I did witness, and I remember later on that person had a hard time getting jobs or going further because you develop this reputation where it's like like you're not willing to go out of your way. Like, it's like when you get that call from someone and they're like, "Hey, who could you recommend?" And who's really good and who's easy to get along with and doesn't, get involved with negativity or being mean. And it's like that's hard sometimes to be able to follow back on that. Um, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a difficult position to be in. Um, uh, well, unfortunately, Giselle said, "How could anyone feel proud of stealing someone else's ideas?" Well, you got to remember, on some productions, you're working with business people that are the executive producers and the management, so they're not artists. So they get ideas, and I got to use, like Joe talked about this earlier, but that idea for Minnesota Cuke, that was all him. He did all the artwork and everything. And then when they took it and ran with it, I remember, Joe, you were telling me how, I remember you talking about it, how they were like, they acted like it wasn't a good idea. They sort of acted like,
Yeah.
well, anyone could have had that idea. And it's like, wait a minute, Joe did all the artwork. He spent hours and hours in weeks doing all this artwork and planning. And then they diminished him, the non-artist ones, diminished you by saying like, "Oh, well, anyone could have thought of that idea." And then they took the idea and they made it, and then they didn't even pay you for all the work you did, which
Yeah.
was a pretty crappy thing to do. And again,
It
that's
was,
why,
it was lousy.
yeah, that's why some people, doesn't matter if you're artist or non-artist, even production staff people, you treat people like crap, and you use your power tripping, or the other thing too I noticed sometimes was people that would get a job and they might get a really good job and then their head explodes and they get too big, and they start thinking they're like the best artist on the earth. And then those people also have a tendency to sort of roll over other people. And then they end up not getting a job after that. And then everything sort of changes. So it's all back to that, that good old stuff.
Yeah.
Question from Anna there. How important is it to live in states and cities that are big for animation when first getting into the industry, especially post COVID? Sort of are that are more opportunities to work remotely. I think that sort of covers what Trinity asked a little bit, which is if you have these industry contacts first and know more people, right, Joe?
Yeah.
That's a little bit easier to make connections versus if you move to a state like Oregon or somewhere that has nothing, I think they only have Leica or whatever. Then you might have a harder time making those connections to get work, right?
Yeah. I think it all comes down to, for the most part, if you have an artwork that's really stellar, that's kind of a show-stopping kind of artwork, I think the world's your oyster more so. But I mean, that puts a lot of pressure on you as a person. But when you're part of a, like a ragtag group of people that are like doing a TV show together, there's just camaraderie that happens in that, and then you remember people's names that you were in the foxholes with. I don't know, like I feel like, so like when I left Big Idea, when they let us go, most of the work that I got, well, I'd say almost all the work I got was based on recommendations from people who knew me, who I'd worked with. And I was shocked at like how one after another would come. And it was all like, so I built my reputation up as somebody that was likable first, and somebody who was a good artist first. And those two things had to, I think, in order for them to be effective, they had to be true and they had to be honest. And it did. It helped me out a lot when I was in need, when I was a freelancer.
So a couple questions. Another one came up in the chat room. As someone who's worked in the industry, Joe, how is it common for a new hire to be hired remotely? I've been told by professors that new hires are generally never starting out remotely. I think that can be determined whether or not you're full-time, you're independent contractor, freelance, or full-time employee. So, I mean, wouldn't it, where you're at now, a Big Idea, full-time employees are in-house, right?
I mean, when I was art directing for Superbook, we were all out of house. We had an in-house group, but most of the concept art that I was hiring people for came from all over the world and in every state. It was really an open ballpark. I just had to see the person's artwork for who they are when I worked with them, like on one job, to know whether or not I was going to continue working with them. And I mean, all that's to be said. There's like, we went through about 50 different artists, and there was only about like 5 or 6 that stuck around through most of it, because you do have a lot of people who just don't connect. They don't turn their stuff in on time. They're hard to deal with. They don't take direction well. They do their own thing. When you're working on a show, all of a sudden your standards of excellence go way, way up, because you only have a limited amount of time to make your show. And so you try to find the people that do the best and you can trust the most with letting go with them. And sometimes the most talented artists that you hire give you the most problems. That's happened to me several times. And frankly, there are times where I've been hired over people that are far more talented than me, because I don't give the directors grief. So so I think your reputation goes a long way. Your portfolio goes a longer way initially, just get that first phone call. And that's why places like ArtStation are so important, to have, like, always have it up and always make sure that your worst pieces up there are still pretty dang good. You know, like it shouldn't register to you that that's a worst piece. It should be like, well, it's not quite as good as this one, but it's still pretty darn good. If you have anything up there that looks in your mind like amateurish compared to other stuff, take it down. It's better to have like 6 good pieces than 12 good pieces and 3 bad.
Yeah, but that old expression you mentioned earlier, which you and I used to talk about, your worst portfolio and your piece shows your current day's worth of work. So people will judge you on that worst piece, and why do you have it in your book then? So there's another
Yeah.
question.
Because they question your taste at that point. They're like, you think this is good?
Yeah,
Then, you know, yeah.
right. And when hiring someone, does a person's portfolio stand out more when they have a story-based portfolio, or is it okay if they have random designs?
I think it
stories?
all depends on what you're hiring them for.
Yeah,
If I need a prop guy and I see a bunch of random designs and like a lot of thinking, that's great. If I want somebody that that you know is going to help me make good mood moments, then oftentimes I would look at them and be like, oh, God, I wonder how they would handle this moment, and that make you want to hire them. I think the stuff that is I think a turnoff in portfolios to people is like for at least from an art director standpoint, is if you send me a portfolio that looks like, hey, this is Scribbleville and everybody scribbles and everybody is like, you know, like the perspective is deliberately out of wonk on everything, and you're like, oh, okay, and the drawings say they look really cool, but they look nothing like the show that I want to make. Like your art director is going to look for people that can solve the problems that he is now encountering. Otherwise, he's going to have to solve them for you and just have you illustrate them. So an art director wants to have a sense of what you're capable of technically, how clear you are in your drawings, how well it seems like you can execute an idea. Can you if it's story based, can you come to the point? You know, it's stuff. I think stuff like that. It really comes down to the quality of your work.
Yeah.
Is that helpful?
Another question for you, Joe, was when I was seeing those illustrations, you did it for music festivals, and in the age of just using AI to make illustrations, how would you make yourself stand out and pick you as the illustrator instead of sticking to AI?
Well, I think the big issue with AI now is you can tell when an image is AI. That might not always be the case. I'm sure it won't be, but I know from dealing with lawyers and dealing with people in higher ups that they know it's a big taboo to have something be a purely AI thing. I got to tell you, even clients, like I've had small time clients. There's one guy wanted us to do some bird illustrations for his website, and you know we were using AI. Me and my friend were using AI to just essentially texture up some really good character drawings because he wanted like 9 done a week, and we only had it like we were only working on the evenings. So we were like, yeah, that'd burn us out to do 9 high renders. And so we designed them, and then we sort of painted them, and then we used AI to texture them up. But as soon as he heard AI, I remember, and this guy's a nightmare to deal with. As soon as he heard that we utilized AI, he completely discounted all the drawing work and design work that we had done, because he's like, oh, you just did it in AI. You just typed some things in, like, give me a bird, and that's it. You're cheaping me out of my money. You know, you're trying to get a deal here. And I'm like, no, not at all. You know, and so AI presents a lot of problems. But the number one problem, I think, is you can't tell whether or not somebody can invent a story or find a moment or find the heart of a moment on their own if you can't trust. And this is a problem that we're all going to have to deal with. How you're going to have to really know by looking at the portfolio, because I doubt people are going to be honest about whether or not there's any AI in it. You're going to have to know how to decipher, because when they're in the studio you need them to work and generate that image, and they don't have access to the AI machines, you're going to find out real quick what you bought. And that's just not a safe place to be. But again, I'm not anti-AI fully. I'm anti purely generate like those images that I made of the festivals. Like that was all me trying to invent stuff. I wasn't a character guy. I knew previous illustrations that were done. I knew that I knew I had a very, very tight budget and everything, but it was like really just me just trying to have fun with it, even though I didn't enjoy the subject matter that it was. And there's like, that is, I can honestly say, even though I didn't like those drawings, I can really say that those drawings were probably the most me drawings out there of young, almost high school Joe drawing something out of his imagination. And, but it was me. It was like, and I think it came across that it was me. So much so that when I would, on some of the later projects, I didn't have time to do them as much, and I had a friend of mine color it. And the client got to know what I did so well. And even though I was kind of art directing the last guy to do a few pieces, he could tell that I didn't do it all myself, because there was something intangible that I could feel. So yeah, I mean, so I don't think AI is going to take you over yet, but I do think AI is being used for a lot of pitches and stuff right now, and I don't think that, but definitely like for work on the shows, AI is not there yet. You can't control it that well.
Yeah. So when I want to give you time to get into that demo, 2 quick little questions, and then we'll wrap up so you can do that demo you tell me you wanted to do. Someone was asking about how did you build up, for those interested in freelancing, how did you build up your client base?
Reputation. All my client base came from people that knew me, or that knew of me through people. And I think that there's definitely other ways to do it, but that has been my experience for a lot of people, is that you hire the people you know first. Like if somebody gave me a job and I couldn't do it, I'd immediately think of the first 5 people I could recommend, because they did great work for me and I want to keep them busy.
Yep. And the other thing too, to answer to some of that too, Grace, is you build clients. So there are illustration reps that rep artists and illustrators. Like when we had Chris Sickles, that guest speaker who lives in Indiana, he has a rep in New York, and her job is to find him work. And then when he does work, she gets a 20% cut of it. So her bills get paid, and then his bills get paid. So,
but if you're talking about like trying to like can you cold call people? Yeah, you can. Like this is one thing I did. This is like 2010. Like I would see a job board posting for something, and I knew there was other candidates out there that were vying for that job. And so along with my portfolio that I shipped them online, I shipped them a video of me talking to the camera like I'm talking to them, and just saying, hey, it was my equivalent of a letter of introduction, but it was me showing them my face, telling them how I was really enthusiastic about their show. Basically tell them like I'm really interested in what you guys are doing, and please, I hope you consider me, enjoy my portfolio. If you need me to look at anything else, please let me know. But it was me on the camera, and that actually really helped me stand out a little bit. I think it's important when you're looking for clients to find different ways to stand out. I think these days, oh my gosh, if anybody sent me a letter in the mail saying thank you for my job interview and I didn't hire them, I would feel like such an ass. I would be like, I gotta find work for this person, because there's no good people like this anymore.
People have lost a lot of that communication skill, basic stuff of saying thank you and being kind and, hey, thanks for the opportunity. And I think that goes a long way, into who.
Yeah, there's a girl in Sweden that did some freelance for me on this Jesus film that I was working on, and and she'll send me like a card from Sweden, like, and it's illustrated with a personal image in it and everything, like around the holidays. And I'm like, oh my God, I wonder how she's doing. And it makes me want to like
Right?
treat her like she's special, because she thought of me. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah. One last question, then we'll let you do your demo. Miriam was asking, what's one of the things we can do right now to get our work into spaces where it could get us work, or some good habits we could develop in preparation for work in the industry? And when I read that question, one of the things I thought of, remember it when we would do those little challenges on Fridays?
oh yeah,
So we used to
yeah,
do this thing, a big idea where someone would throw out a topic, and then somebody would we'd then draw, like we'd say robot in a city or whatever. So there are groups like that, Miriam, just to mention, that have character design contests. They do environments. It's on social media, and there are a bunch of those. And that's one way. Do you know of
yeah.
another show that you can get your work out there?
Well, I know ArtStation and a couple other sites, do that kind of thing.
Yeah, lots of
Here, here is the simplest way of directly working with somebody in your industry. If you take a class where you have to one-on-one interaction with somebody who's in the industry, who builds up teams, or is an art director or something, and you're in their class, you've just paid to play. You've just paid to be in their class, to take their feedback, to learn from them, to show how you respond to criticism. And I know from listening to interviews of people that like a Shadi Safani talks about it. A few of the other guys, like I think a few of the big names in concept art, talk about it, like how they've had people in their class that were just stellar students, and they're like, hey, outside of the class, they email them like, hey, really like your attitude, really like your work ethic, think your drawings are good, I think it can help bring you further, but what do you say you help us with this project? So I would say, and there's some, like I was doing some work with Armand Serrano, who was doing a VR course, and he straight up said at the beginning of the course, he's like, if you're good, if you show me you're really interested and you're really working hard here, I can, I'm looking to bring people onto my team. And, for me, that wasn't enough of a motivator, because I like where I work. I didn't want to be on his team. So I didn't really try to showcase on Discord the images that that would have stood out to like make him hire me. So I was actually deliberately kind of stringing myself, because I didn't want to have that awkward conversation. No, I'm not interested in working with you, because I like my job. But I'll also say that there was maybe only one other person in that class, even though he said in the beginning that that's what he was looking for. He was looking to hire people. There's only one person in that class that actually generated anything or posted anything. I mean, there was only maybe 3 people that posted anything. The models that they were making in Adobe Medium while taking that class. And because of that, he didn't hire anybody, because he didn't have anything to sort through. But there was a direct line to getting a job in the industry with a really good guy.
Yeah.
So taking classes, challenges are great. I think just keeping regular with your posts. Always, chiming in industry conversations or conversations, and just making it so that on your Twitter there's an easy to click to link that if somebody likes what you say, they say, who is this? And they look and they right on your page, they know where to find your webpage. That's a huge deal. Just minimize the clicks that it takes to figure out who you are.
And
You have artwork on multiple pages, and get one of those pages that is like the hub page, like where like you can see on that page, it'll show like all your different websites, and just have it so it's one click from somebody on X. Same thing on ArtStation. I mean, there's a lot of people that showcase beautiful work, but then I'm like, how do I even get in touch with this person? So
And then another thing, Miriam, to add to that, because I know out here we have a Gallery Nucleus in Pasadena area. They'll do like themed contests. Well, they'll be like, hey, we're gonna do princesses in the water, or we're gonna do villains this way, and then you can do artwork and submit it, and then the gallery will pick the best artwork. And now there's a gallery show. So when you go to that gallery show, there's all these people in that gallery exhibition that are industry people or that work somewhere, and that's a great way to make contacts. In fact, one of my former students, Maddie Hodges, who's now an art director at Disney and TV animation, she did one of those contests and she met a bunch of people and then got her job at Disney and then met more people from Disney being involved with Gallery Nucleus. So,
Cool.
Joe, let's dive in. I know we got about 35 minutes left or so. I want you to have enough time to do that demo if you want to get into that, you know.
Okay, yeah, we can start it.
Or do you need to take another break? Or are you okay?
Let me take a quick break because I'm gonna have my VR headset on. I'll
Okay.
like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, right? Be right back.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Cool. Yeah. What just to add to that last comment, one of the things I've noticed, Miriam, is there's lots of these open draw contests with character designs, environment, viz dev style work, things that are related where people just pick a topic and they run with it, which I think is pretty cool because that's just a social media thing. There's, you know, there's there used to be the every Monday and, you know, character challenge and then the character design challenge. And then I know there used to be an environment design challenge. There's a couple websites that used to pick themes. They would, you know, they would, you know, you do like, used to be concept robots. They stopped functioning as much, but they used to have a thing where you could submit work to them and it was like concept robots, concept ships, and you would just come up with a concept, paint it, and they would take all the best ones and put them up online. So you could really start, you know, there's also monthly sites. So I mean, I think being on Instagram, but then in the middle of all this, because I know I've talked to Joe and other people, is do something that's new and unique. Avoid the fanboy stuff. Stay far away from doing that, because if you're just fanboying and copying someone else's style, that's not going to really get you anywhere. And people don't want to see that in a portfolio. They want to see what makes you unique and different. And just because you like Spider-Man doesn't mean you need to draw everything in your book like Spider-Man and so on. So I think that's also true, you know.
All right.
All right. Oh, Joe, you don't happen to have Armand Serrano's contact information, do you?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you have Armand Serrano's contact information?
I mean, he's on Facebook.
Okay, I'll look him up. I sent him an email the other day, but I think he's out of country doing something. I'm trying to get him to see if he'd want to be our artist in residence at school because he's local. And
Okay.
yeah, so
That'd be awesome. Yeah, he's super
yeah,
cool.
really cool to have him at school for a week.
Is he local to you? Because I know he moved recently or something.
He is, and actually, I don't know if he still lives. What's a small world is he used to live next to one of our other visiting artists too, you know, so
Oh, cool.
yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
cool.
Is that other visiting artist like a character designer guy?
No, he's actually going to be one of our guest speakers coming up at the end of the semester, Vance. So again, what a small world, right? I knew Vance and then Justin Sweet from school, and then it turns out that Vance lives right next door to Armand, and they're in the same city out here. And
Yeah, I really want to hop into that Just Sweet presentation. Yeah,
I'll send you the stuff. Yeah, it'd be great. They're nice guys too. So anyway, yeah, Armand, I sent him an email and I was trying to get a hold of him, but I thought you might have his direct contact. So go
I
ahead.
don't have his direct now.
No worries. Do what you're gonna do.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do like a quick mock-up kind of illustration using Adobe Medium, and then bringing whatever I make in there into Blender, and then you know, the idea would be to, like, you know, just get to a place where I know that I can do a paint over on top of whatever it is I make to make a finished piece. I don't know if I can do it in a half hour. I'll probably be running longer, so those
Take
don't want
your
to stick
time. If you
around.
want to go past that, Joe.
Yeah, I mean,
I also don't
I'm
wanna-
gonna do it. You can shut me up
Yeah.
whenever you want, but I'm
Oh
gonna
no,
keep
you
doing
keep going. I also being respectful of you and your time and your family, I don't want to keep.
I told my wife that this would go a little longer, so,
Okay.
okay, so let me, and I'm gonna be one of these stupid helmets, so don't judge me.
Hey,
Look at him clawing at the air. All right.
That's all right. I love those things. Those things are cool. The funny one to me is when the new Apple helmet came out.
Oh, yeah,
There's like people in, up in
people driving their
in
cars with it.
California driving their electric cars, walking around with these glasses on, touching in the space, and
Yeah.
but this is a pretty cool tool. What Joe's using is Adobe Medium, which is it's a headset that allows you to go in and basically model live. And a lot of artists have been using this on production. It's pretty big because you can block something out, then you could export that model, and then pretty neat.
Okay, so I think I know how to do this with so I think what it'll do is it'll pop up on the screen, and I'll just gonna double check once I start it.
Yeah, it's up there.
Scan. Oh no, just can't launch the app. You can't. Let's see. Launch the app. Never happens. Update your options. That must have happened like last night. I was just doing the other day. I just look and see if there's like a notification. Yeah, just updated 5 days. I have no idea what this is. I don't know if I can start it. It's gonna.
Well, if it doesn't share, you could go ahead and do what you want to do, and then we could,
Yeah, I mean,
because it might not share through the link of the computer to the headset. There might be some.
no, it's due to the it's saying that there's an update, and I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, well, how do I update this thing? It says I'm updated. Notifications. See, it says that I updated 5 days ago. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna work trap this crap. Figure it out. Oh, start my computer.
Might have to log back in, but go for it, Joe.
I might have to okay, sorry about that.
That's all right. Do it.
I'm still on with you over here. So.
Yep. No worries.
Anybody got any other questions while I'm doing this? Can't be all questioned out. College students.
I just sent one, but I could let you know real quick.
Yeah, tell me.
I was wondering if you have any resources for people looking for Christian media / animation careers they seem hard to find, and they're small companies, so it's kind of hard to find like sources to seek those out.
Yeah. Well, we get going on our studio, we'll be probably hiring again, but we're still trying to fundraise. My friend, but I know people that are working on their different shows. There's a few different Christian shows. I'd look into if you're in Nashville, I would look. I think has a studio out there.
I'm actually not. Well, that was just something I'm thinking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm in California. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I know there are a few Christian studios out in California, but I think they're fairly small. I know there's even game studios. There's like this one game studio that's doing like an Assassin's Creed looking type of thing. It's called like Gate Zero. There is there's a studio up in Wisconsin that's doing a Jesus like animated film right now. I think they're looking for people. I don't know who they're looking for, but I have old coworkers that are working on that. There's this, my buddy Phil and his friend and my buddy Al are both doing an anime show that's going to be picked up by Angel. They're in Nashville. That's like an anime gig. I'd have to see, a portfolio. You can go ahead and tell Phil what your portfolio is, or send a portfolio link to him, and I can look at it, see if there's other people I know of. I try to do my best to put you in the right direction, but I'm not 100% sure. But like I know there are many studios. I know the biggest one is this one that's doing this David feature film that's on it's being put out by Angel Studios, but it's also linked with them is the Minnow Studios, and yeah, they're highly. I think they're really well funded. I think there's like a formal Apple executive guy who runs that place. So, so yeah, like I said, just send your portfolio to him, and I'll look at it, see if there's anybody here.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll talk to Phil and see what I'll send that his way, and that'd be great, because I want to figure out a direction for what type of studio, I can find.
Yep, and like I said, if we get to the place where we're hiring, we're looking for in-house people again, I'll shout it to Phil. So
Great, thank you.
sure.
Is it working, Joe?
It's rebooting. I should be coming back.
Okay, cool. No rush.
Yeah, and if anybody wants like a fresh pair of eyes on their portfolios, sure to Phil, I can look at it, get anybody tips or whatever. Right there. Get that link. All right, guys. So now we're back to something.
Is it being a pain?
No, I'm in.
No rush.
Screen share. Can you enable a screen share? Bill,
Yeah, say again.
can you enable screen share?
Yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, you're back in. Hold on a minute. Let me get out of, you see, I gotta find your other login. 1 second. There it is. There's one here. I'll say make co-host. Yes. The other one should still be set. Try it now, Joe. See if that works.
That worked.
Okay, good. Cool. I forgot it was the other one, the new one.
I'm just going to. How's that down here? So I just generated a quick thing in nature just to get an idea. So it's gonna be like a palace in a canyon. That's what I'm gonna do. If it doesn't, I'm just gonna work right Blender. This is so stupid. It just updated this. Please hurry together. Make sure. All right, you know what? I don't know why this was acting the way it's acting. I really wanted to show you guys this. It's not obvious. All right, so I'm gonna try this one last time, and then if this doesn't work, we're just gonna. Unfortunately, I won't be able to show you VR because those being a pain in the butt.
That's okay. Try it. If it doesn't work, you can do your thing. We'll sit here and chill while you make it.
Yeah, it's working. Woo.
Cool.
Okay. I'm gonna make this bigger here. This full screen. It's bigger. Come on, bigger. All right, and then just gonna throw in piece of reference here. just gonna take a screenshot of this one. All right, so what I did is I just, I took a piece of reference that I have. And I should grab it.
I don't mean to interrupt or
Sure.
be rude or anything, but there's a giant like file explorer window right in front of your medium.
Thank you very much. Good to know.
Thanks, John.
Sure.
Thanks, Sean. Okay. All right. So Medium is a really great VR tool. It feels like real sculpting. And you can generate some pretty cool things. I'm gonna just kind of look at this one here. Is that coming across well?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing I do in Medium is I try to bring in some scale first. So let me just load up my shift preset. Just gotta throw that piece of reference in there again. All right, so this just shows, it orients me in the world as like what 90 degrees is, just to start. So what I do is I just first start by clicking in it, and then so everything in Adobe Medium, it's all voxel based, and everything that you create on the same layer will share the same voxel. So a voxel basically it's different than polygons. It's like, imagine there's a lump of clay that can fit in this box that you see here, right? And this box, like the human scale, is pretty tiny within this box. So this could be, you could literally have a huge chunk of a city in this one box, and it'll cut off anything that goes outside the box. But you can create different versions of this box, larger or smaller, like within the scene. Because this is like full resolution is out here, and then small resolution is smaller. And in order to keep these scenes from getting too heavy, you work at a fairly small resolution. So you're going to see that I'm going to zoom in really small. So my entire scene, even though it might look big, is probably only going to be around the size of this circle. But you can get a lot of pretty good details in this circle. So every layer that you see me create is like I'm making a new layer, so that every new layer that you create, it's almost like it counts as its own single object that you can apply textures to later on. So when I bring something into Blender, if I have like say an image that has like 50 different layers, that's 50 different like things that I can texture uniquely. If I brought it in all as one big sculpted thing, then it's fine. I can only use I can only texture it if I break it all apart somehow. If I cut
Hey,
it off.
Joe,
So
your little desktop window's covering part of your screen still.
that's a stupid thing. Right.
Sorry.
No. It's, sorry about that.
There you go.
This one over there.
There you go. Perfect. Now we can see it.
There's no. No chance of it. Okay. All right, so first thing I want to do is just put a ground plane in. It's good to start off with a ground plane first. So I click the clay. That's what I'm going to be painting on, and I can change the different types of brushes. So these are all your different brush types here, and you know, a lot of these I have just made for different shows or whatever. Custom brushes, but that's the ones that you use all the time. So I got this little Arabic dude. So yeah, I'm bringing it small so that it's like low resolution. So the scale of the world is going to be based on that little dude there. Then the ground plane, is angle snap. So that will limit my things that I can drop. It's going to be limited to perspective. So you see it's kind of locked, so I don't have a free movement. So I'll change this also to it's a continuous signal. So one click. So let's just say that's my ground. All right. And I can expand or, you know, change the, you know, all I want. It's just okay. So I'm looking at the I'm looking at these pictures up here. And I'm gonna probably start by creating some assets for it. So I'm just gonna look at a few different things I can make assets for. So turn this over. Then I'm going to turn line on, which is like a ruler. All right, so then I'm going to just, you know, I'll make a window shape first. I grab it. Turn off. Circle. And you know, you can cut into these things. This one. You cut into these and just make them like clay shapes. Let's do this next. A semicircle. All these shapes you can use them for just different things. You can use them for
Joe, I know you've showed me sets you build with this tool. Does it ever hurt your eyes at all or no?
no, it doesn't. The refresh rate's pretty good. The only time it starts doing that is when like it's when you for example, like have like a higher res set or whatever, and then it turns into like a problem because if your higher resolution set, it gets slow and laggy. So you want to try to keep your
Hey,
sets.
Joe, somebody wants to say hi to you real quick.
Who's that?
Say hi.
Hi, Joe.
Is that Kendra?
It
Yeah.
is. Hi.
Oh, I gotta take my headset off. How you doing? Where you at?
She's
I
there.
don't know. I'm kind of.
Hey, Kendra. I look like good to see you too. I look like a goofball in this thing. So,
No, I don't want to interrupt. I just wanted to say hi.
hi, it's great to see you. Awesome.
It's funny. She had to say hi,
Yeah, man.
Totally
I love
distracted.
Kendra.
Yeah, totally distract you. ADHD out the window.
All right, so I got a window now, so I'm just gonna save this up. Actually, I'm gonna probably add stuff to that window. Or you know what? I'm just gonna do this. So I can save it up as a stamp. Stamp. And so right now I have this window shape. Line second. Yeah. So now if I wanted to, I could cut away shapes using that window shape, and I can just go right to that. So now if let's just say, start by making the walls here. So I'll put a ruler, and I'll set up symmetry from here. All right, and I'm gonna imagine angle snap. All right, so now I'm going to start building out the walls here. So I start building that kind of box shape for the walls. Yeah, bottom trim is the building. All right, then I'm going to change it a little bit. I'm just going to add my own thing to it. So let's add some side pillars. Maybe on here we add another side pillar, but maybe we have just that's happening on both sides because it's symmetrical. And then say I want that, I'm going to have that doorway right in the middle. Maybe let's just make some room for it. Just so I know the placement of it. All right, so that window tool that I just out. So let's go to brushes.
While you're working, I was just going to tell that story when my son Alexander was born. Joe was over at our house holding him. So tiny. And I remember Joe was like, he's like, dude, I don't want to drop him. I'm like, I don't want to cause brain damage on your child. I'm like, you can hold him, but you're like this, standing there, you're so scared.
It took me a long time to get over like
Yeah,
being
I'm like,
a wuss with kids.
you'll be okay. Just hold him. You'll be fine. It was good though. Joey's taller than me now. He's 6'1", almost 6'2".
That's crazy.
It's Trip.
That's about to- this small thing when I start to use-
That's really cool. I mean, you did that mock-up pretty darn quick. I could just cut the windows out like that.
So. I mean, it's not perfect. That's kind of the nature of this thing, is to not be perfect. Um, you know, it's okay if it's like, because it's a sketch, right? You're not looking for something to be final. So I got the base of it, and I'm like, let's say now I'm gonna do like the second floor of it. So let's go. More inset. I want to create a flat top to that. Grab a flatter. Okay, so I got that. Now it seems like on the corner, I'm treating this awfully flat. There should be like mass to this thing, but I'm just thinking about it like we're looking from one angle. Now, if I wanted to, I can actually carve into this and make like a long hallway inside. By the virtue of it being VR, I can actually go into it now and start like carving out rooms. Do it like inside it. So you can start actually envisioning the space dimension within. So you might just get into like your design phase here. That's something. Let's just say you want to have like off. Over there. I've changed the color of it. So it's just some lighter rocks. Looking at worse ones. I could copy paste those. Probably the smart thing to do. So I just grab it and then duplicate. This is, huh. Oh, it's because it mirrors. I could just do this. I could just grab it. Grab it. Duplicate and then turn the mirror off. Now it won't be doing it on both sides. That. Okay, I think we're doing it. Place them in the right spot. So I'm gonna grab these. Lid is off, right? Yeah, I can usually go back into that, especially in my go into these. Almost here. Turn the mirroring back on. This color, instead of adding the trim later, just doing the trim first. Color there. Turn on. Oh, right. And of course, when you're doing these, you'll use your own stuff.
I really miss modeling, Joe. I might do some freelance for another friend of mine where they want me to do a bunch of sketches and then model everything and then paint over it and do like a look of his dev type of work, you know?
Good, man. You're always good. I think that what I'm working at here is actually too high a resolution, so increase the resolution. So you want to, like I said, you want to keep it as small as you can. Otherwise it gets flagged. You can tell when things are too high in resolution because you'll feel it. That's a weird thing about VR is you actually feel it if things are too hard.
That was a pretty quick creation though that you did there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Armand Serrano, when I watch him do it, I mean, he'll literally see. He'll literally do like a full thing in an hour. It's crazy. And the more you decrease it, the softer and more lumpy it gets, but you kind of forgive it. Yeah, you're watching now, it'll be much faster. As before, the large size square was taking up that there. Now it's considerably smaller. It's like a third smaller. So now I could probably not have to use a single. Again, grab that platform tool. And you could also the way it works, the way like the modeling works in this sometimes that'll be like a just a good space. So if I wanted like some random spacing stuff. See how fast I have to go in order to get this. See how like if you move fast, you get breakup. So that becomes like the art of it is like
That's cool.
How fast do you want to go and you can get like some sort of tiers. Otherwise, you just go. At the base, I'm just going to start using some pre-existing stamps I already have just to move it along. Yeah. Simpleton tools. Then we'll do so I want an arch that might just semicircle. That's the nature of this. It actually gives it more character if it's like perfect. It's a strange thing. I don't want to leave second pillar on the inside. That's one thing that's also kind of nice about this. You get accidental that happen. And you go, oh. And you can literally start to go like, if this was like a throne room, that little window out there, you could start, you know, animate, or you could start thing like a throne room in here. You put pillars, and you could put, so that's where the king lives. There's a platform, I mean, thrones here, something like that, you know. But really, I mean, it's just about like a holistic approach. Maybe there's like there's a way to start geeking out because you start getting into it, you're like, there's a hallway, you know. So you start doing stuff like that. You'll start, you can actually build. You'll find yourself building for both inside and outside, which is something I would never do normally. But it seems very natural. And then they've got some of this semicircular dome thing, so let's go. It's like a mosque, like. Let's just put like a large dome on top. Some kind of a unified something. Turn the direction of the brush. One of the things about VR is sometimes it's not very specific. Sometimes that works well in favor of something. So one of my favorite ones like this. So as you can see here, I got like a load of different things that I've made over. And eventually everything gets fast. You start just using your own assets to create it. Sometimes, like if you want to do like an ornate door, go like, oh, you know, it's ornate, you know. You just use the accidents to make it work. I know Armand Serrano, he does that a lot. And like you can get it, like any one of the things, you know, they create interesting textures. I don't even know what this one is. You know, but like if you took that and you put it on the side here, it becomes some sort of interesting pattern. know, it's totally accidental pattern. It actually looks like. Looks like it could be intended for some reason. It looks like decorative. I would never have done that on my own. Let's move it around enough and it looks like it should be there. Just how straight those corners are. Just come back and cut into them a little bit. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Everybody's fine sound wise. It's like I'm thinking about like, okay, we have some sort of inset ceiling here. Maybe something's. But again, you know, I could needle these things to death. So let's say I'm happy with that. As like you know, so I'm going to cut off a lot of it because there's going to be a valley. So let me just throw that valley in there. And you know, actually, before I do that, I'm going to show you because then you can paint it. And you just add some weathering to it. Okay, with a paintbrush, turn off all of the snap crap. And this is actually fun because it's like this is your opportunity to weather the thing. Probably going to turn the symmetry off because I don't want it to symmetrically do this. So I'm going to say, yeah. All right, so now I can go in there. So I like to just add some weather. Again, the inconsistency will actually help you in terms of getting it to look weathered. Okay, let's get some. More yellow. Now, I had kept these all on separate layers. Sometimes we're doing these things. I'm not used to doing these speaking engagement things. So it's like sometimes you're used to just layering everything as you go and you think about it, but then I don't know. I feel like when I'm doing these like speaking things, sometimes I very just get it done, get it done. So let's go. A little darker. Maybe at the bottom I'll go darker than this, but just kind of focusing on the areas that are included. Like dirt is down here. It's where it's coming in contact with the ground. Maybe just push it just a little bit in the middle. Here there's drips and stains and muck that has come down. You see these a lot of times. Like anytime you see some artist weathering a gun or something, the weather corners and stuff. Maybe I want the decorative things to look a little gold. If these are on their own layer, it wouldn't be so much easier. Now it just looks sloppy, but even if you're doing something for production, if you're just trying to get something out, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's just going to change stuff in the model later. Maybe in there we want these posts, those walls to look like wood. So we're just going to kind of leave like, no, actually. So just to avoid doing any more thinning, let's just paint, just generic paints. Some sort of lapis lazuli kind of decorative thing. So the walls are just, it's a royal hallway. It's like a royal. Maybe there's something here that indicates royalty. Anyway, it's like inside the hallway. If we put a glass covering, there would be some sort of indicator that there's some sort of royal overlook in there. You know, and then can't help can't help yourself just stuff. Okay. Back to the clay. Yes. Got that wood color. You know, of course, then you would add like some sort of material that you would make transparent later for like a window. All right, so let's say that's the structure. And you know, maybe let's add some sort of color to these. perfect. All right, so we'll just say that this is our building. Um, some land. Some land brushes. It's just me messing around with this stuff over the. The colors, yeah, like you can. I want this to be somewhat reddish. So it has some. Deserty soil, so. There's going to be an entrance hallway entering into this. So this is just some. Let's get some desert walls. You can add more variety to the areas. I'm just doing this for everything. Say if I wanted to have. If I know I'm going to have walls and I want to just have build up, like sand build up or whatever. So it makes more sense. The benefit of working on a show about Israel, deciding to do it. Demo looks kind of Middle Eastern. All right, so. These are going to be big, so lower the resolution so that I can go big and not eat a lot of memory. If this will allow me to bring it larger. Yes, you want that. It's so neat to be able to turn your hand. You can even let the rock ball kind of slope up a little bit. It's like, Bill, you still there?
I'm here, buddy, just watching.
Okay.
You got it set pretty quickly. I mean, what, 35 minutes of time, right?
Yeah, so the time that you think you have a thumbnail,
Yeah.
it's something to show a director. Just be like, hey, look, this is
It's what's cool is when you, if I'm right, when you export that, does it export as an OBJ?
it exports as an FBX. I think you can choose OBJ as well.
So you can then bring that into Maya or any other 3D software and then set up camera angles and help your board artists, right?
Yes.
That's cool. Yeah, for
So,
what it would take to do a thumbnail, the amount of problem solving you're doing is pretty extensive.
it takes a little bit of shoot, but eliminate all that's on it currently. Yeah, the scan color. Let's move on a horse or something. You're going through this thing. There it is. As you're entering, kind of like in Jones when they just the base with got around. There's a river. So quick there's just like I'm sure I like that rock. It's like built into the side of it. So what I'll probably do is change the color of the rocks to match more closely. Actually, so now let's take this and make it sort of like.
I mean, that's crazy. You have a giant whole set and location in under an hour, right?
That's pretty. Like I mean, that would take the model of this thing.
Yeah, I mean, the fastest I could ever do a full location would be like in 3 to 4 hours, you know?
Yes, and it's not as clean, obviously, you know, it's not as perfect as what a set will eventually look like. But then, I mean, like I was going to show, I'll have time to, but what I was going to show is you can actually take these things, especially if you break them apart correctly. You can take them and then like you can throw USB or PBS textures in Blender onto them, and then you'll just get like so this won't look like clay anymore. It looks like a nice rock.
That's cool.
And, yeah. So so let's see.
Do you prefer to just bring this into Blender, or are you guys just using Maya at the studio?
Blender at my studio. Other studios, yeah, I'm sure they use Maya. You use whatever works best for you. Whatever your studio says you have to use, I guess. Okay, inside this real quick. So this is what I'm coloring now is they're called, if you're looking Photoshop stuff or in Blender, it's called vertex colors. So bring it, if you bring it in, it'll come in as gray first. Then you just put nodes and you add text colors. It's pretty simple, actually. Nodes a lot of the times it's like intimidating because you think, like nodes looks like its own complex language. But sometimes, like when you use nodes, it's just it only has to be certain for certain little things, and you just learn what the little thing is for. So got some sort of window here. Let's just see if I have anything in my. I don't know why I can't find it. Let me add some foliage things to it, just like desert shrubs. Spot, stylize how you want your foliage to lead the eye.
So the other thing too is just even if doing this in an hour, you could bring this into Photoshop and then from any
Paint
angle you
over it.
want, and then you could just start painting, right?
Right. All your perspectives. And like,
So everything's resolved. So literally you could crank on it. Let's say you had to have a backdrop. You could paint the rocks, the texture, the building, and do that in like 2 hours, and you'd have one location completely done as a previous set, the design finished, the colors on it, in an art direction notepad, and then you could submit that off and then on to another one.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to write a class in this because you and I had already been talking about it last year, and then I was sort of denied and told that it wasn't applicable from other faculty that
this wasn't applicable.
yeah, because some people are
Yeah,
saying,
it's the industry, man.
so I know a lot of people are using it. Armand's using it. Lots of other people are using it. It's become an industry standard. And
Yeah, dinosaur.
one of the things too is a lot of people are anti Blender, you know.
Why they anti Blender?
Well, because the old discussion's always been that Blender is a back-end program, so people can put viruses in it and do stuff like that. But then I know numerous students that have been using Blender on productions, and they're using it because it's free, and then they can pay. You don't have to pay as much as you do with like Maya.
Let me tell you, man. eventually studios are gonna pay for what requires the least training. And if people are using Blur, like, you know, people who are not, like, I understand if you're doing it for production, if you're actually, like like a concept artist art thing is not gonna be like a model in production. It's
Yeah.
gonna be something that is like, yeah, man, if we can draw something like that, get all the perspective, right? I got the perspective. Just
One of the reasons I got pushback was because people were concerned whether or not the computers would be strong enough to, you know, um, to run the VR headset with Adobe Medium, and I said it would be fine. I felt it would be
I don't
fine.
have a beast computer. You know,
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing too is that I talked to someone else in curriculum, and they said, is this just a fad of a software that's going to be gone in a year or a year and a half from now? You know,
I mean, I don't know, maybe it is, but
I mean, I don't know. And that was I get their concern, but I sort of look at it like, man, if you could use this on a production and you can draw and then turn around and model like this quickly and figure out angles and I mean, and then the other cool thing is if I'm right on this, everything you made or here in Adobe Medium, you can now save as like cutouts and other puzzle pieces to use later, right?
Yeah.
So I could go into Maya. This is what I used to do. I would model like archways and other little elements, and then I would import that to something else, and then copy and paste it, and just that would solve all my modeling time. So you can do that extremely quickly, and then save all these parts and move them around. You know.
some sort of generic ornamented imported these trees for their king or something. So when it comes back, it's a tremendous amount of time to water them. But you know, that's kind of what you can do, and you know, like I said, we can bring it in. Here, so let me just save it as file.
That's awesome, Joe. It's pretty cool. What I like too is you can just do that super fast, save those parts or pieces on a production, be doing that. Because I know when I was at Warner Brothers on Batman, they had the Aquaman show next to me, and they had people there using SketchUp doing this, where they were taking mock-ups in SketchUp. And the thing is anytime they would make something, they would save it as an OBJ, and then they would bring it back in and use it again in another scene. So it's like, remember when you and I were first learning 3D in 2000, and Dennis was training us, telling us about how, you know, if you build smartly, you build a couple parts, then you don't have to build those parts later and you reuse them. It's part of the design process, you know. And it's that same, I think that is a huge option where, you know, you can use this so quickly. And I know Armand was using this also in freelance and on productions he's doing.
Yeah, he uses a lot of productions
as a production designer, because now you have a model. Look at how quick you zoom out. Look, you just duplicate the whole canyon, the mountains, and now you get to go take that and stage up. So in under a day, you can model the set, make it, rough it, put it into another program, animate cameras through it, mock up a board for it, paint on top of it. So I mean, that's a huge benefit of what it's doing, right?
So I'm exporting FBX.
Really cool.
I can't do it on DJ, but I'm exporting FBX. That's first. Yeah, I'll just take a second to do that. I'm going to take the headset off. Just wait till it's done. Yes, I hit decimating it first because when this thing comes into Blender, Vic's voxels are they're so dense. You know, you think that you've got a relatively, because it looks relatively light in the screen monitor, but actually it's I mean, it's voxels, there's like millions and millions of polygons. Gotta actually, if you don't do this here, you're just gonna go into Blender and hit decimate, because otherwise your Blender will crash. Your students use Blender?
Some of them do on the side. I have a couple students that have messed with it, and I think the main appeal always to Blender is that it's free versus I know some of the different game and job positions, like in animation, they want you to use Maya. I think Nickelodeon still uses Maya, DreamWorks uses Maya. And then, so, but I have heard that more people are using Blender because of the freeness of it. But then there's that weird worry of it being
I
the,
mean, everybody says freeness of it, and that is a factor. But the fact is, it's got like really cool tools
yeah.
that Maya doesn't have.
No, you're right. You're right. Maya is much
and it's
more
got like a
linear.
really robust, like, you know, friendly community that will actually, like, if you're trying
Yeah,
to
they're-
problem
they're-
solve.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of great forums, like anything you want to know how to do, people will help you with. That's why I think there's a huge promotion with that. But you know, I was even, God, I was dying to get into a medium too, you know?
Yeah, Medium's kind of a niche program. I mean, I would say that, you know, it's not going to be around forever because they're not building onto it. But there's other tools that are like me that are being actively developed, and you know, there's no shame in it. It's taking so long to decimate. It's not that big. Okay. Yeah, but the amount of time that you're waiting for stuff like this is pretty negligible compared to what you got in a very short amount of time. So, like, you know, just imagine your director, and you know, 45 minutes to an hour ago, has said, "Oh, I want to have a castle in the middle of the desert," and he's already like approved a thumbnail. You can give him a rough kind of three-dimensional feeling for it, where you can actually walk around in it and everything, and be like, "Yeah, maybe a little of this, maybe a little of that."
What does that mean when it says it's declaiming geometry?
That's decimating geometry.
Okay.
So it's actually reducing the geo.
Oh, so,
Um,
no way. So it can shrink it down and take out like bad vertices and stuff like
Yeah,
that?
it just, so like when I was modeling it, like I was modeling it with a high modeling count, so I got the nice crisp edges, and then this is actually going to just cut down a lot of it. So it's like, you know, and it won't look much different, but it'll be a lot lighter. Because it like, I guarantee if you had a sphere, like if you think about it, let's just say a box. If you do a box at high resolution in medium, it's like a million polys. But then, like, if you decimate it down, you can get it down to, so it's like it's just 6 planes. You know, so here I'm taking the organic set and I'm just decimating it down. So it's like, you know, when I throw it in the, it's not like a 18 gigabyte file. When I throw it in a Blender, it'd be something like, you know, 500. This would probably be like, you know, 50 megabytes or something when it's done. So it won't be huge. You have to take off that. I mean, it is. It's doing its job. I remember when I was in school, there was a painter who came in, and he was using 3D for the first time, and we were all trying to learn to paint, like Sue Wyatt and, you know, whoever else that you like. And you know, he came in, he was doing like he did really nice oils when he was young in his career. Where he was in his career now, he found that he could easily get work doing romance covers. And so he did. He did these romance covers, and he showed them, and he's like, "Well, I'll show you an interesting thing." They look like oil paintings, and what he did was he did them in the computer, like posed them out, rendered the characters, and just did light paint over in Photoshop, and everybody thought he was cheating. And it was like, no, I can do this. I have every right to do this. You know, he's like, I just hit render on this, get the light on it, render it, and he's like, I can just watch my favorite show for an hour and a half while this thing wears out. Then I get back to it and I just do a few little last touches. I send it to my art director, and I get paid for the day. We just were all like, oh God, it's such cheap art. It wasn't cheap art. It was just it was the way that this guy had learned to use technology to speed him up.
Yeah, and that's I mean, the huge benefit. Brian Murray, our board artist, was telling me about a guy that would be there in productions with like this nice laptop, and he would just be sitting there with like Spielberg or the other directors, and he would be like building sets in 3D. As an artist was literally sketching it, he's building it, and then they're literally sending cameras through and figuring out the angles, and like they're doing it right there on the spot. Like there was no going home. It was, oh, let me get my laptop and we'll do it right now, and we'll have a resolution in like an hour or two. And that's
Yeah.
crazy. That's so cool. Which again, I really think that goes to support the importance of being able to work in a 3D package or learning about 3D. It's not a bad tool, you know. So it's
Right.
a useful tool.
Anybody else have any questions while we were doing this?
Oh, I was just curious. With Blender, do you ever try out any of the tools like I was at Grease Pencil?
You know, I've never done grease pencil. Everybody I've talked to really loves it. I use the curve tools a lot. You know, which they're kind of like grease pencil. But no, I've never actually used grease pencil. It looks really cool. I know you can do stuff in it that looks just like regular hand-drawn animation. Have you ever done anything?
I'm just kind of getting into Blender, but yeah, I've seen a lot of people do like 2D stuff where because it's all in the 3D space, they can rotate it and do some really cool things.
Yeah, it's really pretty neat. That's interesting. Yeah, do you guys have classes on? Well, I guess you don't have anything next year. Does Maya have like a grease pencil type of a thing too? I imagine.
I don't think so. Not that I know of. I think like, cause like, I don't know. I like a lot about Blender is there's so many interesting tools that Maya doesn't have. Though
Yeah.
Maya's great for animation. I think what rigging probably.
The best thing that I've discovered Maya is awesome for is that you can put really a ton of really heavy things in there. It's not likely to crash. It takes Maya like getting into the high gigabytes for it to start going, I can't compute. And it takes some doing. I've gotten the sets to be that huge by like kit bashing stuff. But yeah, Maya is like it can handle a lot. And that's one of the reasons why they're used in the industry, for visual effects and whatnot. Because if you're using it, your sets are by nature of it being a feature film, like the gigantor. But I've seen people do really gigantic things with that. So, I know Armand, he takes these sets that he makes, he brings them right into Unreal. And Unreal is like Maya in that sense, where like Unreal, especially with like Unreal 5.3 and up, they have like 5.0 and up has nanite, but now 5.3 like the static meshes can be nanite too. The ground plane can be nanite, so it's like you can put so much, almost an endless amount of crap on the screen, and it just the way it handles the graphics, it's almost like limitless. You put something in the foreground, it's got all the geo, but you put something half a mile away, it's got its own built-in LODs, so that it looks just as crisp as the foreground, but it's totally broken down. So it's all dynamic, whatever you do.
Oh yeah, do you think the industry is gonna move more towards like using Unreal versus like Maya for like real time, like showing what the product is gonna be?
For real time, yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
mine doesn't have a
Mhm.
really good real time. As far as I know, I'm sure they probably, since I've looked at it, they probably added some real time side of it. Um, but yeah, most times, it's Maya is like you render stuff, and it's got a pretty fast render engine, but it's like you still have to render it. Now, I, I'm sure if I took 5 minutes to look, um, I would find that. Sorry, it's not me. Hold on one second. I'm sure if I took the time to look, I'd be able to find. Sorry. I said I was sure if I took a few seconds to look for that, I'd be able to find like that Unreal has a really good render engine, but I think you can also export right from my as well. So
I could be completely wrong here, but isn't Unreal like really code based? Like you have to know coding to work it well, or
no, I mean I don't know coding. I don't know. I guess it all depends on what you're trying to do. For me, like just using it as a place to place all my assets and stuff like that. It's been really pretty good. Saves me. Sorry, I was trying to see where I saved it to. I thought I knew. I thought I took desktop. Oh yeah, guess what does it? Yeah. All right, so it's only 25 megabytes. I mean, it's nothing. So we're gonna render it.
That's it? That whole set's only 25 megabytes?
Yeah.
Dude. Like that set in Maya it'd be huge, you know?
So,
That's insane.
well, let's see how it looks. maybe it's decimated to like a non-usable. So file import. I can select it and then go to file. Shading. attribute vertex colors. And the vertex colors just come right in when I do that. And then what I do is select the other.
Wow.
Link.
So all this is Blender
Yeah, so this is Blender now.
and it's all, so it cleaned all the geometry, got rid of any problems.
Yeah, so let me just throw in.
Wow. And you did all this in what, about an hour?
Yeah, about that.
That's cool, dude.
Throw in.
Now I want to go buy a VR headset. You told me to buy one a year ago.
Oh,
You know, you're right.
all right, so it's light. I see people do that. Sorry.
Whoa. Is that a whole texture map for?
Yes. All right. Now it's fast.
But the one thing I want to mention, Joe, because you and I have talked about this before, even though students look at this and they're like, wow, you just did a whole thumbnail in an hour in a whole location, right? But all those years and all that mileage of thumbnailing and drawing that has led you to be able to make something at this speed and level, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, nobody.
Because we skip that. It looks all golden and super cool, but people don't realize how quick you're using this. Part of that is that drawing in your brain being familiar with the reference,
Yeah.
the subject
Also,
matter.
yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah. The
Right.
subject matter. Like I did a lot of, looking stuff. So I have stuff like the clip walls, but you can pretty easily, I mean, just use the whatever comes out of the box, and then it looks pretty good. Just, now, all right. So now I'm going to take. Because it looks like hidden. All right, let me just go to. Like all sorts of crap under here. All the settings for it are not Like I don't really, I see
Wow.
something here that shows like where I can move the sun. All right. That's I don't remember where. So you wanted to have it lit like this, so that part of it is in shade. That has somewhat ominous look. You could also like throw like blockers in the sky to like block off for like to cheat shadows. Don't know how well this is going to work, just because I didn't do it right with the textures, but I can. Throw textures on it. So just some textures on it. Perfect. Actually, go. Block texture just go higher or lower. If I had like a decent like brick texture or something, I can do it on the house. But this is the point of like if I wanted to
You look at how cool that shadow is in there, you know?
yeah, but if I wanted to like get like the right texture that I wanted on the windows or something, or on the walls, that's why I would have had to make them separate layers. I think there's like things like what is on this layer. I'm just trying to see what's on some layer. It's probably as best as I could, just because I didn't texture it properly and layer it properly. But yeah, really, let's get like you get multiple views. Here's the real trick. This is where AI, I gotta say, it helps you out a lot. So say I find like a composition I like. And I have like, whatever, like a few minutes to to my director. Take a screenshot of it.
With everything on there, that's still only 25 megabytes, or you think it's maybe a little more now?
Maybe 30 now. Super light.
Wow,
Oh, okay.
that's crazy.
So let me just take a screenshot of this.
I mean, that's like nothing.
Yeah, it's now I can find the screenshot. Ah, orange crap. All right. Again, cursor. So let's just take a screenshot. Bring it. It's my Photoshop book. Okay, sure, make that work, too. Okay. Share here. So let's go to. So I'm bringing this in here. I'm just gonna remove a few little articles real quick.
See, that's an hour something, and now you have that in Photoshop, which means you can now light that any time of day. You can do whatever you want.
All right. I love generative fill.
You know, you can do an occlusion render on that too, right, Joe?
I could, yeah.
And then you could,
I'm just gonna show you something that I mean, I could play games and just act like it doesn't exist. I'm gonna show you what I can now do with this with VR or with like again, if you're stuck and you just need to basically take this in and just polish it a little bit. I'll show you just like what I would. Okay. All right, now I'm going to go Leonardo AI. Yeah. All right, I'm just going to type in Mesopotamian castle in the middle of that kingdom looks like I don't know, I'm just gonna say, yeah, just do that. Correct my spelling real quick. But I gotta say, AI is pretty darn good of darn good with like getting your spelling, even if you get it wrong. It's like, no, yeah, I know. I'm a super brain. I can read your crap. All right.
So you're gonna give it renders from the set plus the work you did, and AI will give you whatever you want.
Yeah, it'll polish it so that if you have to show it for your pass, it'll just look at. Oh, style reference this now. Cool. Let's see how well that works. So yeah, so I'm gonna throw it in here. I haven't clicked on absolute reality. That's just one of the many things you can use. And let's just see how this first one goes. This is a very realistic looking one. So this, I just want to make it look too real. Okay, that's not helping much. All right, so let me just go like this. It'll gradually improve it. Let me, this is not, try 50%. See how it's starting to take the bushes and make them look like real bushes.
Wow.
And like it actually improved the arches.
That's crazy, dude.
You know? So like what it is like you would use portions of it. You wouldn't use the whole thing. And you would just kit bash in what was working. So let me try to go to.
So the more, so you could go into that kit bash it in like 30 minutes. Like you could have a friend of mine,
Yeah.
a buddy of mine would do kit bashing for film, for green screens. He had a whole library of like plants and textures, and he would just slap it on. So
Yep.
if you had a giant library, you could slap it on there, run it back through AI, and then it'll just clean that up and enhance it more. So you could almost be doing that also for like green screen backdrops, right?
Right.
For almost anything you want.
So if I wanted it to like have like a more painterly look too, I could just go to what's called elements on. All right, so let me just, I can't do that with this one. Let me just, so all these different things will give you different looks. So if I wanted to look anime, I just go to like anime pastel dream, right? I'll just, you know, you find styles that you think work best for your show. If this was an anime show and I wanted to just put something together for a director to see, I might use something like this, but. Oh yeah, see, it got that nice painterly anime, kind of like Miyazaki type, you know, thing on the bushes, and it's got
Yeah.
just a more painterly handling on the rock. I mean, you could go far back, go to 52 here. If you go as far back as like say 49, 46, that means the influence of your actual original image versus like the text, the style.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, hold on. But I mean, AI is so smart. Yeah, look at that. Look at those rock walls.
Wow.
I totally use those rock walls.
Insane. Look at the cracks in the front. Can you
Yeah.
go make that full screen, Joe, real quick so we can see it? Like double tap on it.
I gotta, hold on, I have to upres it. I can just upres it real quick.
Wow. So now,
So
See,
you can,
now-
you can upres it and just improve the quality just a little bit. Hit
now I
load.
want to write this as a class and have you teach it. Would you want to do that?
Sure, I guess. I'd have to just
Right.
figure out time.
Write 2 classes, put them through curriculum, 2 or 3 classes, and have you, now I'm ready to go buy my VR headset. I was going to buy a new Arion chair for my studio, and now I think I should go buy the headset.
But now I can easily take that back into Photoshop and, let's say I'm like, yeah, I like this as a structure. So let me save it as.
You know those custom filter galleries you showed me, right?
Mhm.
You could run that through one of those and then paint it, turn it into like a stylized painting,
Well, let me show you this. If I just wanted to, now if I wanted to mess around with it, just go to like style swap. Well, there's this other site, it's called Magnific. And this thing is ridiculous. This, so say I want it to look like a Drew Struzan cover.
It'll match it.
Hold on, let's go
Wow.
Indiana Jones. I do not advocate stealing other art styles, but I'm just trying to show you.
To me, this was where you and I talked once before. The benefit is using the art you're creating. It's perfectly legal, so it becomes another adaptive tool in your workflow to do whatever you want to increase everything.
All right, so I got
Yeah.
Indiana Jones thing, and I'm gonna upload my image, and then I'm gonna type in. I'm just gonna copy and paste the prompt that I made. And all you got to know about prompts is you just describe it in the way that you just describe it in a way that you were intending, and then you put like a little bit of like, ultra detail, the dramatic lighting, all that crap on, and then yeah, and then it just all right. So let me go to. Oh, this is another VR thing. I put a drawing in there, a painting that we did for a show. Did I put this in there? Trippo VI. And yeah, I got a little model of this dude's head. That's a character in our show. That's just a drawing, and it turned it into a 3D head. So, okay, so let me, all right, so this is, I'm saying I want to keep the structure about the exact same as it is, and I want to have a little bit of the style influencing it. So let's see how it turns out. Sometimes this goes back and forth about what to do. I mean, because sometimes like I'll have an original, so like this was my original here for a cover, and it turned into that. I'm like, I don't like any of that, but I might like the hair. I might steal the hair, but before I do anything, I do it this first. Then, I mean, that's where I feel comfortable using AI, because I'm actually using it as a tool at the end.
Yeah.
Like in my head, oh, these rocks are gonna. I know I could get these to look like that.
Yeah.
But if you're on a tight deadline and you're like your director's like, need to see something, then he'll. Yes, this is like it's saying this is Drew Struzan would handle it. I guess I can see that a little bit. Let me just throw higher on the style. Struzan tends to graphic things. But I mean, it just doesn't say Drew Struzan. It just goes by like the image you provided. So I put in the Indiana Jones 4 poster, just because I like that. I like the style of how like Struzan uses pencil and. Yeah, it definitely got more graphic, but we're kind of losing it a little bit here. But I mean, I can see like some aspect of it. But anyway, it's a totally different style. Now it's still the same thing, but it's just a different style.
Man, that looks like you make that your own comic book, you know?
Yeah,
Right?
you get- So you don't have to do detailed models. You can just, yeah, I mean, think, because you can go in this and turn the thing a number of ways, and all you got to do is these carrots. And
Wow.
you turn them into trees. Yeah, so let's take that first image. Let me switch the screen over here. That was Leonardo AI. And then the style thing is what's the other one? Magnific. All right, so let me swap the screen real quick.
Thanks, Joe, for sharing that, dude. That's,
Sure.
I know you've been goofing around with that, but wasn't aware it was at that level where you could just, you know,
Where's my screen here?
that's pretty rad.
Where is that? I have a launch meeting. You see it, man? Like where can I just want to change the screen.
Oh, no, I didn't see where it went. It looked like one of those reminders, like the office window reminders or whatever.
So,
I don't know. I get those for depending on the mail program you use. Ours does it through our mail at school. What?
darn it. I'm just trying to go off to the other screen. Can you take control back of the, let me stop. All right, let me just, now I can redo share.
Yeah, just redo
Yeah,
it.
and I can go over here. All right, so now I threw it in here and say I want to do, I mean, there's not a ton to do with this image. I mean, it is what it is. It's saying what I wanted to say, but say I want to get some more bounce light down there because I don't think it's got enough. So I'm just going to go grab a color like that. Go to color dodge, and then double it and turn this transparent shapes layer off because this is how you do bounce light well. So I can up the,
What is this brush panel on the left? What is that?
it's something I made. So there's this thing called Brush Raider, and this is one thing I couldn't stand about Photoshop when I was doing digital painting, was that I'd always be searching for what brushes that I wanted. And so I used this Brush Raider thing, and so this is like what I'd say my standard. So these are all my different types of brushes, and I made like a picture that I could throw in there that shows what that brush does. And it took about a week to make it. But like if I ever want to do buildings, I have my own particular building brushes, some fish. These are just my general favorite brushes from different people. Let's see here, this is my basic setup. This is what I use 90% of the time. Then if I ever have mixer brushes, I have all these colored mixer brushes that I know I like. So if I wanted to, I like this one a lot. So if I wanted to add, I wanted to just, break up some of the linearity, just get a painterly look. I could use that. And then if I say I'm like, oh, I like the foliage, but I wanted to add some foliage, then I just go to my foliage brushes I know I like, and then just, I pick the one visually that I think makes sense. I said I wanted to like add some cool fill to those shadows because they're getting too dark. So I'm like, all right, I want to have some sort of creeping something happening here.
Now, what a amazing tool, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's helpful because I mean like so I have my atmospherics. So if I wanted to throw in some sort of I don't know why I would do this here, but yeah, if I wanted to like make it look like it's there's some haze.
I like that little bounce light that looks like it has that sort of highlighty feel off the yellow, you know, and the orange combined.
I mean, so you do stuff like that just because you know you could do that in render or in Photoshop or I'm sorry in 3D, and you could just um, in 3D you could throw like a little light down there and push things up, but you know if you don't have to do that, if you're just trying to do it quick, might as well just use Photoshop for it because Photoshop is just a brush stroke. And if your director's like, oh, I really like that, then you know, go ahead and so say I like say I want to push the cools from the sky hitting here.
That brush thing on the left is just pictorial representations of brushes that are already in Photoshop or something.
It brought like I brought custom brushes in, and then I then I just this is my way of because most people they have brushes and then they just know where they are, you know, or they can move really fast with them, and I just never could do that. To me, it was like it didn't make as much sense to do it like that, and so I you know, I would just I just figured visual is better. Like at home for Blender, I have this thing called the Stream Deck. Look at the other monitor. I can show it to you. Well, actually, probably this one. Do you see that? Is that visible? See how these are all little buttons? That have
No, we
little
can't see it,
on
Joe.
them?
You'd have to share your screen on the other one.
Oh, okay.
Are you on the other monitor?
No, I saw it. It's like a little iPad looking thing with icons on it.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, that little, okay.
Yeah, well, if you just look it up, Stream Deck, they're little icons, and you can make each button have its own light up for it, right? So like I took like 2 weeks where I should have been hanging out with friends, and I put
Friends are overrated.
I put pictures of what all the buttons I used in Maya, or I'm sorry, but you can do it with Maya. And I assigned my shortcut buttons to my shortcut keys to those buttons. So now when I'm in Blender, I don't have to learn hotkeys. I just I have my own little hotkeys set up, and I just hit the buttons that mean the most to me. And I do it for different plugins too. If I bring up that I use all the time, I have a button for it to come, like to start, and then for it to do its. So my version of Maya is not like anybody else's version of Maya. Just because I've customized it to me, to work for me. So yeah, let me go back to this real quick. So say I wanted to add a cloud shadow here. So multiply. Maybe I just want to be like, all right, well. I don't like how this corner is opened. Just want my director look there. Then I can just, you know, on top of it. And now I can just adjust as needed. pretty quickly. You get something that you can use. And say if you like that, you could just say you do some paint overs like that. And you're just like, yeah, I like it. I just want it to look more polished when I'm doing it for whatever reason. You can then just take this and you can throw it into VR into AI again, and all of a sudden you have like let me just do this. I thought it was all the way over. Turns out it wasn't. I wanted to add some. It's just too hard to be that's a cloud shadow, would be softer. Yeah, so if I wanted to add some bounce into it as well, again, I can just use this. No, shoot, too heavy-handed. I'll erase some of it. Just get it there first, and then just pull it back. Yeah, so just go darker with this foreground, darker color. Yeah, so now I could take this and push it even more. I mean, Photoshop has different tools that I could do too. If I wanted to get some atmospheric haze to it, I could just go to select everything, and I can just go to paste it in, go to Photoshop. Let's see, neural filters. And then go to this thing called depth blur. And you can use a lot of things. You can use it just to add depth, which I could do. But also what it does is it will, yeah, so it's way too much depth blur. Yeah, all right, so now I got some good depth to it. Got a little bit of soft focus in the background. See, that's how it looked before. Looks a little bit more photographic now. And then after that, I start playing with, like, I could go to, I have image adjust. I buy these LUTs just to see how I could change the color mood of it. Sometimes this fall color looks good. Yeah, that looks nice. So yeah, you can put that. We didn't have anything an hour and a half ago, and now that. And it looks like a nice little, presentation where we sell the idea of it's like this Moorish castle or this Mediterranean castle of a and it was like it didn't take time to do it. Nobody needs to know how much time it took, but
Right.
We used every trick that we had in order to get the image out as fast as we could get it out.
That's awesome, Joe. Thanks for sharing that with us, dude.
Yeah, and just so you know, that neural filter thing. So if we go to filter, neural filters.
You know, it's funny, you told me about this, like, we were talking about it, and I was gonna buy that headset, and then I didn't. Now I think I'm just gonna go pick up a headset.
It's well worth it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
So if you go to Depth Blur and you want to have, like, in Maya and in Blender, they have these little tools that these render passes that come out where you can like just select the depth. Cool about Photoshop is if you hit output depth map only, it'll give you a Z depth pass.
it's cool.
And so what's useful about that is now if I wanted to just add haze to it, if I wanted to add like realistic haze to it, I could do this. Just go up another window here.
Honestly, after seeing this, I know that like, AI use is controversial in some circles, but is it that much different than using, Photoshop filters and things now?
I don't think so. That's why I say I don't have a problem with using it as a tool that speeds you up and get you extra results faster. I have a problem using it like when somebody's like, oh, let's do a Drew Struzan poster. Let's not bother painting it like Drew Struzan. Let's just, do our best to paint it like our own way and put a filter on it and boom, hey, it's a Drew Struzan poster. I think that's cheap. I think it looks cheap. But I think if you do your best to do it and then you don't quite have it, and then you throw it on there, then you get a little bit more of the line work and you're like, that's much better. Because a lot of times you spend hours fighting over that last, just to try to get that look when it's not your natural style.
Yeah, I know people who use, they paint something like a concept piece and they do their absolute best. And at the very end, just very minor filters to just sell it.
Right. Oh, I don't know why I let him mine. Like, okay. So, yeah, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. All right, I'm going to make just folder. Go to this, gonna paste this in for the alpha 1, turn this off, go back to regular RGB. Now I'm just gonna make a layer and then fill it with like whatever I think my haze color is gonna be. So I'll do something like this. Haze color, set it to lighten. And now I'm gonna go to make a mask. Select load selection, and I'm going to pick that alpha filter out. So alpha 1. Invert it. Hold on a sec here. Do that. Select inverse. All right, so now I have a natural gradation of haze, and all I have to do is turn it down a bit. I get like a natural haze type of look, and by adjusting the alpha channel, I can adjust the amount of haze that's in it. So here just the foreground is fine, but the background still has some element of haze. Just go so you can see it better. Yeah, I'm getting it back in the foreground, but I'm still retaining it in the background. See that? So now I've got some haze depth in there to make it look further back and like there's dust in the air in between it. So yeah. So just all little tricks to make things look more photorealistic. And I like I said, we could throw this same image, let's just for the hell of it, since I got everybody here. Take this, throw it right back into that AI. Like just make it so that it doesn't affect it very much. All right, so let's go and do that. they are. All right, so I'm gonna change the image reference of the old one. And throw a new one in there. For the screenshot we just did. That in there. All right, we're gonna keep it, so the influence is like, the image is largely in control of everything. Now I'm gonna hit generate. Should polish it up just a hint. Let's see how it looks.
Do you have to buy like the coins or whatever each AI generator uses?
Leonardo AI is like a monthly fee. You can get different branches. With the one I have the pro version, so it gives me 60,000 tokens. But you get like lower ones, and it's, you know, if you know what you're using it for, and you're just doing this kind of a thing, you'll pay for itself for sure. So okay, yeah. So I just did this, and I polished it up just a little bit more, made it a little bit more photographic. It's anime filter though. Maybe if let me go to like Leonardo Vision XL. Vision just does a good job of cleaning things. Retains the character in the cleans it. So we'll do another one at 62. I just give it a little bit more control. That's the thing. If you give it like, if you put like strength at 100% for image, it's just going to change a little bit. If you go to 40 or 30 or something, it'll look like a totally different image. So yeah, it's this is pretty good. Let's see what the other one looks like. Okay. Yeah, it looks pretty. Just go just a little bit, and I should plus it at the hand. Yeah, it brought it out a little bit more. So, yeah, so these are all tools. They're all things that you can do to somewhat, make it look a little bit better.
Joe, that was an amazing demo. Thank you, brother.
Sure, dude.
I mean, that was just like watching you blend it and do all that. I mean, all of that in an hour or something, you know?
Yeah,
That's
these
great.
these are all the tools that we have available to us now. So we might as well take advantage of them.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, could you imagine having an 8-10 hour day at the studio? You could do whatever, you can create 6-7 frames of different locations,
Yeah, or you could, or you could just spend a little bit more time on this, and then you get really, really nice. And I mean, this is nice. It works as like a presentation thing. But if you have a full day to do it, really, you could really do some nice stuff. So, does anybody? I'm just curious. Does anybody have a problem with the AI usage in that capacity in the group?
No, I don't think anybody would. I mean, you're just using it on your own work, which is, I never really thought about it,
I mean, but what is it? I'm curious what the other guys think. I'm just curious because this is a hot button issue.
I agree with what Phil said, where, it's just like a really glorified Photoshop filter. It's not like you're compiling a bunch of other artists' work and then selling it off as your own. It's just tweaking what you've made already. What you've made already.
Right.
I think that was the concern is, people don't want to, grab a NC Wyeth painting and mix that with a, piece of concept art from Rob Rupel and then an animation sketch, and they get something that they sort of stole an idea or a paint style from somebody. You just did this all on your own and using it to that own advantage. You're just, quadrupling your outcomes with filters, with plants, rocks, with everything. It's crazy. And the amount of time you did this in, even if you could paint like the wind, and you were like like that artist on Good Brush, you still couldn't get to this level in an hour and a half. I mean, you just did all this basically in an hour and 30 minutes, which is crazy,
let me just show you this other thing. it's like another thing that you could plus it with without like minimal time. You could just go, so say I throw this in here. And plus, you know, you can, if you like how the painterly looks inside, but if you want to like, you're like, but I like the crease here, you just, you know, paint it out and just use what you had render pass wise before, you know, so yeah, I really want that nice and crisp, and this can fall off and be more paint. But then this, hopefully it's working still. I got like Acvis filter, and this is like before all this stuff. This was its own wizardry to me. So it makes it look
Generally, yeah.
you know, yeah, like let's see here. These are all different types of, and I know a lot of concept artists use this thing.
Especially with photo bashing, right?
Right. So let's just say I was over that, and I'm just gonna hit OK. So if you wanted to, you know, just keep a painterly look in some areas, you can just put it back, reveal it in the areas that you don't, and then just leave it in the areas that you want to fall off, and it'll just look more like a painting.
Yeah. Lost and found edges, right?
Yeah. It's like the quick, ridiculously quick way of doing lost and found edges. It's like just another tool, and everybody who uses it's like, you know, everybody thinks I'm a good painter. It's so awesome, you know. But there are really good painters out there. Don't get me wrong, but you know, it's a tool. There's all this is a bunch of tools. So it's just using it to focus. It's like instead of using a Gaussian blur, you're using painterly quality.
Yeah.
You know, and then so. Yeah, oh, and if you guys ever want to like put chromatic aberration into your things, like to get that like nice vibrating line on the, so just go to filter. I learned this one recently too. Filter, camera raw filter. All right, and then I'm gonna not camera raw filter. Filter lens correction. And now I'm gonna, and it's hardly noticeable, but seems like everybody in film since Spider-Verse loves doing this, and it's a way of just getting subtle bounces on your edge. Let's see if I can find. Oh, darn it, it's hard to even notice it. Yeah, you can kind of see it here. There's like this red. How there's just like at the very edge here, like the thing, there's that nice juicy color right before it turns into the shadow.
Yeah.
You see that when I
Yeah.
click it on and off? It's super subtle, but you know, people notice it. And if you ever wanted to punch up your, if you ever wanted to punch things up so people, you're like, I like it, but it's still too blurry, then I go to high pass, make a high pass image. And then I go to like overlay, and if you click it on and off, let's see, let me actually do for the. So if you look here, this is it with it on, that's with it off. So you can get nice and sharp. And say you like it, but you don't want it to be sharp all over the place, then you just, again, you make the mask, and then you just paint it where you want it. Like, I want to have it be nice and sharp down here on the road, so that people see it. Now, you know, like maybe you don't mind adding it just for like some of the guiding lines up here, but you really want people to look at this thing.
Yeah.
And it's just another way of sharpening the area that you want sharpened to get your eye there even faster. Yeah, so these are all good tools, all good tricks.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone have any final questions? Because I know we've gone over time, and Joe's been amazing. with his time. I know you have your family to get to. Anyone have any last
My wife's
questions before we
gracious.
wrap up?
How do I turn this?
Everyone's good?
Ask questions.
I'm
Ask
gonna
if you got
render
them.
it. I'll render the video. I've never rendered a 5-hour video before, so hopefully it goes. I'm at home. So once I stop it, hopefully it renders all the way, you know. So thank you, Joe, so much. Appreciate you, buddy. Always
All
have.
right. See you. Thanks, guys. Hope everybody enjoyed themselves.
We'll be back. I'm trying to get more money for next term. So maybe we could do a workshop with you or something. Okay.
Cool. Sounds good.
All right. I'll talk to you soon, friend. All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for attending. I really appreciate you guys. All right. Everyone have a wonderful weekend. All right, Joe, I'll talk to you soon. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.